Dun, ba-dun, dun, dun, bum, ba-dum, ba, ba-da-ba-da. Okay. Ah, looks like we are live. So, good afternoon, everybody. I'm terribly sorry that I'm a little late. I kind of lost track of time. Also making myself some tea because, like I said, I'm a little sniffly. I swear we'll get karaoke one of these days. I pinky swear it's not gonna be a pipe dream. Yeah, that's hot. Ah, that's hot. Ah, ah. Good news is I've also got some regular temperature water laying around here. Going to be part 3 of Don Quixote. So we're going to... Sorry, I'm... Oh, right, I should probably close my curtains. That's better. It's just powerful bright, and the the way that this house was designed, the feng shui is just terrible. Anyhow, let's see here. Well, I suppose I could also wait for. Uh, uh, I might as well at least say how our my little weekend went. Yeah, I went out to the local speakeasy with my pals. I had a bunch of what? A bunch of fruity virgin cocktails, and then we went and got ice cream. It was a joyous occasion. And then yesterday we were playing more Pathfinder. Uh, because where we had left off, we were investigating a big, scary inn. It wasn't really that scary. It was just that it was incredibly haunted. And so, we opened the door. It said something about hide your souls lest the stones see them. So naturally, I, being a little paranoid and not having a very great will save, I was like, okay, there's probably a big rock in here that'll try to steal our souls. So I closed my eyes and I head in first, and I'm feeling around like was it Stevie Wonder? Was it? I think it was Stevie Wonder. Yes. And so we were wandering around. I was like, I wonder what's going on here. Oh, there's a bunch of papers on this table, but there's like papers and candles because, of course, I ended up kind of singeing my. That's rather I singed my armor. And it was only after rummaging around for like 5 minutes that there was apparently a parrot person in the middle of the room, and neither of us had noticed each other. Me because, well, I had my eyes shut and was just kind of like fumbling around with a stick. And the parrot person because she was busy doing whatever inane ritual she was performing. So it was a little awkward, but we ended up well, of course, the fight ended up breaking out because whoops, turns out she's a little crazy and was also the source for all the ghosts that were going hog wild around here. Oops. So it was a bit of a hard fight, but we did manage to bring her low. We knocked her out so that because technically speaking, I'm pretty sure we're on like thin ice already, given how many government officials and property damage we've excuse me, how many government officials we've assaulted and how much property damage we've caused. Because at the end of the day, we're a bunch of, little lizard people in a world that's filled with much bigger things. So we have to fight a little dirty. I wouldn't say it's really dirty fighting. It's just more taking whatever edges we can get. So then we took the lady and we were carrying her back. We patched her up at least so that she wouldn't bleed out. But um, Come on. There you go. But then what happened was we probably should have covered her up while we were carrying her through town because, yeah, it just occurred to us. Well, it didn't occur to us at the time, but it was like, yeah, we are kind of, carrying a bloodied and broken member of local government just in broad daylight. So naturally, some people were like, guards? And so we ended up finding the guards, and then we said, perfect, yes. Could you help us carry her to the counselor's office? Uh, we've got some explaining to do. To which the guards replied, yes, you do have some explaining to do. And then we went through like da 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 da. And then they threw us in jail cells because we were technically being detained. Bear in mind at sword point, we were like, well, we are incredibly insulted and offended, given that we were sent here on official government business. Sorry, official government business. Yeah, there we go. Times I noticed that my closed captions do not want to comply with my cadence and choice of vernacular. That one worked. Anyway, so it took about like 20 minutes, but then we were like, yeah, so the reason why there were so many like aggressive ghosts, it was her. Because she was drawing a big rune that was over the whole town. We're not entirely sure if it was like a rune just over the map, and it was like a spiritual kind of thing, or if she had actually done something with the ley lines proper, like at each physical location. So when we went poking around, we were like, didn't really find anything. But given that we ended up, taking out the loci of the issue, it should be fine, probably. But yeah, so then we had because basically, apparently, there's going to be a bunch of ghosts that are invading the town, and like, well, I'll draw this rune that will ward off bad spirits and bolster the good ones. Unfortunately, however, it was a rune that instead was drawing in bad spirits and kicking off the good ones. Oops. So we went wandering about after we were, released from our cells. Because bear in mind, I'm not entirely sure if it's, I'm not gonna look at that one. Not yet. I'm sure we'll figure out if it's still detainment if you're in a jail cell. But anyway, yeah. And then we were like, well, we are also gonna go and check out the farm, because there was a farm that was a fair bit outside of town, and that's why we went to the inn first, because it was in town. And we were like, well, we'll hit up the barn on the way out. Because then we had to go adventuring out to get it was something. We're not entirely sure, but it was marked on a magic map that we found in the college, and we were like, we might as well go check it out. Said the chef and I, because we clearly weren't getting our degrees, much to my chagrin. I suppose, though, at the end of the day, it would have mostly been for flavor. But anyway, so then we were like, yeah, let's go to the barn. Bear in mind, we were also down our alchemist because he was on call, and then he had a call, and that was unfortunate. But that's mostly the reason why I took that searing restoration, because it's like, hey, 2d8 on a stick. Sorry, 2d10 healing on a stick got like a 25% chance to auto renew itself. Yeah, I'll take that. And so it works wonders because, you roll like even middling numbers like 3 times. And sure, it might take you like 30 minutes, but that's faster than most. Technically, it's faster and more efficient than using just regular old treat wounds checks. You know what? Actually, let me check that one quick. Treat wounds. Yeah, you spend 10 minutes, blah, blah, blah. Target is then temporarily immune, yada, yada. Yeah, where it's like, 2d8 healing or like, but that requires also being like expert in some of these things compared to like the 2d10, and it's like, boop. Sure, it runs at the risk that I might explode and deal damage to myself. However, is that even so, my explosions only deal lightning damage because I have a variable core, and instead of fire, I turned it to, guessed it, electricity, because I'm playing that kind of character. So I heal people by zapping the hell out of them, which is pretty funny. And then you could be like, oh, well, it's like it's very subtle electrical impulses. I'm not, I'll be perfectly honest, I'm not very familiar with electrotherapy. That is, the stuff where you're like, well, we're just gonna zap the heck out of your brain and hopefully that'll cure your depression. Uh, I don't know. We might as well try. But yeah. So then we were like, yeah, let's go to the farm. And so we got our cart and our big rock man, who also wasn't there, but we keep him around. Basically, whenever he's not around, he's just relegated to the party donkey, uh, where he carries all the stuff that we have to keep in the cart, barring the junk that we keep in the bag of holding. At this point, it's mostly filled with a lot of syringes filled with ghost juice and whatever miscellaneous stuff we got from the monsters that we've slaughtered, because they're gross, but they're useful for making new things, because we use, I think it's like the battle bestiary thingamaboo's, and then so we've got a lot of monster parts and they take up a fair bit of bulk, but that's what the cart is for, and the barrels and the rock man and the bag of holding, which we're probably going to be making another bag of holding just so that we can, things organized. Because admittedly, for a campaign that does have quite the ship, we haven't had much time to go and offload some of the junk that we've been accruing during our time in the city. Good. Hi. Oh, there you go. Doing. Gremlin. Yeah, so we make it to the farm. There's nobody there. Spooky. The door wide open. Screen door shut. For whatever reason. So we were like, we should probably go check that out. And then we were like, doot, 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 doot. Second. Come in. Yeah, so then we wander, and then we get down the house to the farmhouse. We're like, buzzing of flies. And then we look in and like, oh my god, there's a dead pig man. We're like, well, darn. Now, naturally, we're very concerned because it looked like he was, for lack of a better word, cut apart by like a really sharp, possibly an oar, maybe a whip. So we were like, but we also ended up going to like, I see, flying cutlery, because we were still like, yeah, no, the place is haunted. The place is definitely 100% haunted, probably. And then we were like, well, we'll just carry the guy outside, just so that he's not stinking up the house. And we were like, yep, that works for me. So we toss him out the window. Hold on. Let me see here. Yeah, the Felled Hag, Pathfinder 2. Because that's basically what we ended up having to go toe-to-toe with. That Battle Zoo Bestiary. That's the one that we. But anyway, so we're like, ta-da. So we're wandering around. We find a magic striking cleaver, and we were like, hey, that's pretty good. So we steal it. And then we, well, I mean, I don't think we really stole it because there was nobody else in the house. They were all presumably deceased. Or they got the hell out of Dodge, but probably not because nobody had come back to the city and been like, hey, listen, man, something's going down at the farm. That's why we were sent to investigate, because we were like, hey, we haven't heard anything from anybody over at the farm, nor have we gotten any of our very important ingredient deliveries. Go check it out. We'll pay you. We were like, yeah, sure, why not? Go and get that done, and then we'll go and see what's next on our docket. So we're wandering around, right? Plush chairs, completely destroyed, dismantled. Like some large cat had gone in and just torn everything asunder, but with only one claw. And so we were like, oh no, what are we gonna do? And we eventually finally all worked up the courage to go upstairs, and we checked every single room. They were all empty, except for the last one, which had a pig, a grandma pig, or at the very least, a grandma pretending to be a pig. Naturally, we had our, oh my, grandma, what big ears you have. Oh, they're better to hear you with, my dear. And then it was like, oh, Granny, what a long whip you have. Because we were like, uh-huh, yeah, sure, I don't believe you. We're not getting anywhere near you. And we were like, well, if you're cold, Granny, I could stoke the fire, because there was a fireplace inside of the main bedroom, which strikes me a little bizarre, but I suppose this was before the time of centralized heating, at the very least, not in the boonies. Unfortunately, though, I didn't get around to that because I was like, yeah, sure, I'll check under the bed for, like, blankets. But naturally, I didn't want to, like, get underneath the darn thing. So I was like, hey, I'll just get out my stick and then I'll go, I also noticed that there were a bunch of eyes that were looking at us from a closet. And we were like, don't know what to make of that. Naturally, we were under the assumption that they were her horrible minions that were probably going to spring out and attack us, when she was like, all right, boys, get them. And then eventually she got fed up with our shenanigans and just leapt out of the bed and started whipping and throwing up on us, because turns out she was actually a felled hag, which I believe is, yeah, let me see here. Yeah, they're pretty gross. Unfortunately, though, they do have quite high, yeah. Yeah. Felled hag tar. Ah, it's a poison. I see. Well, anyway, yeah. Apparently, they, they are harvest or lunar hags, kill and eat farmers, and blight crops before the harvest, and kidnap mortal children. Blah blah blah. Which was a little gross. And apparently, they have summon animal. They've got animal form. Command, grease, pest form, yada. Dancing lights, and ghost sounds. Unfortunately, however, is that we, we just, bludgeoned them, to bang. So she didn't last very long. Because while she did manage to grease me, and then I slipped and fell over, I was like, well, I'm not going to let that stop me. And so I was like, I'll light the grease on fire. Unfortunately, though, because it was magical grease, it wasn't flammable. A little unfortunate. I've blamed that one on a case of too much Baldur's Gate the Third. Oops. So I crawl over to the bed, and I'm like, I know what I'm going to do, because she's still standing on it, right? She's just standing on there, and she's whipping us with her magic electric whip. And then we, I managed to flip the bed over so that she's pinned underneath it, and then we start stabbing and shooting at her until she stops moving, on account of we separated her head from her body. Which was a little unfortunate for her, but great for us, because we immediately started disassembling her for parts, as her entourage watched on, until they eventually came out and started kicking the hag, because they were a bunch of pig children and were a little disgruntled that they had come in and, for lack of a better word, slaughtered all their parents. Oops. And then they were like, okay, well, I guess that's that. And then one of the pig children said, well, actually, there was 3 of them. But she held up like 5 fingers, and we were like, okay. So that either means that there are 5 hags, and that they are going to... on a moment. Anyway, let's see. How horrifying. But anyway, let's see here. Yeah, it's gross. I'm just reading the description. Yeah. But anyway, and so we look outside, and then we see like 2 more figures standing above the corn or whatever it was. I can't remember. And we were like, huh, that's not good. So naturally, we take the hag's severed head, we jam it on a stick, and we were like, oh yes, don't worry, you should probably come right up here. We've got a bunch of exotic kobold meat up here. Yes, it's very stringy, but quite tender, paradoxically, or whatever, right? And so we were like, one of them fell for it, the other one probably didn't. And then we were like, ah, shoot, we got like 5 minutes. So naturally, I like fly down the staircase, and I get it set so that when somebody steps on it, it gives way. And then I took a bunch of like pointed sticks from the supports that I cut out and miscellaneous knives and just made a makeshift spike trap very, very quickly. And then I was like hiding underneath the second stair so that I had enough cover. And I was like, I'm ready. I'm ready to get to whacking people. Second that I have the opportunity. Unfortunately, however, the hag could apparently spot my spike trap, which was very well made considering the time that I had to take. Let me see here, because it was basically a covered pitfall trap. Pathfinder to E, or a hidden pit, apparently, or something. It was a... I don't think that's the one. But yeah, let's see. Hazard, pitfall trap, spiky pit trap. That might be the one. Yeah, yeah, 48 piercing. Because granted, it's not like a terribly like... it's not great, but I mean, we were like, haha, ding, easy breezy, 1, 2, 3, easy. And then we just started like beating the snot out of them because I had to take on the one that was downstairs while my compatriots dealt with the one that had apparently climbed up through the window to go and assail my compatriots. So luckily though, they managed to deal with her while I was dealing with the rest of their entourage. Unfortunately, the one hag had summoned a bunch of wolves to try and bite me. Unfortunately, however, is that I deal quite a fair bit of damage when I go kaboom. And so kaboom I went. They did manage to wear me down to like 5 hit points. Not terrible, all things considered. But then we were like, well, darn, now what are we gonna do? Yeah, well, I mean, we just started hitting her with hammers and stopped moving. And then I ended up, I grabbed the one hag by the ankles because, surprise, surprise, while they might be pretty darn tough, I have a similar athletics, despite my incredibly small size. So I basically gripped her by the ankles, and then I suplexed her onto the spike trap, which one of her wolves had fallen onto and then died, which was great for me. And then, well, the spike trap crit, after I had managed to suplex her onto it. And so that dealt a lot of damage to her. And then I exploded again, just to try and round things out. Luckily, our swashbuckler managed to get out of the way because he's a swashbuckler and it's reflex safe. Great, and which means that I can probably do it with more impunity in the future. Especially if I stack up. Hold on a second. Sorry, there was something that kind of bugging me. So yeah, hopefully we'll be able to shore up our defenses so that I can be more I've lost my train of thought. Shore up their defenses so I can more liberally explode. But yeah, so then we brought down the hags, and now we've got like 270 bits worth of hag. We're not 100% sure what we're going to be doing with all that, but we'll do something. Mm-hmm. And then we were like, oh, well, now what's the plan? All right, then we were going to go check out the barn, but then we ended the session because it was a little late in the day. So yeah, so that was our Pathfinder session. I'd say that it was pretty darn good. We're almost to level 5. We're sitting at like 740 XP, which is pretty darn good because we've been tearing through very dangerous encounters quite well, actually, because that one was, I think it was a severe encounter between us fighting let's encounter design here. Budget threat. Yeah, that one was severe for 3 level 4s. So that one was going to be, yeah, we handled it quite well considering that we were, down by a guy, but we're quite well built, despite the fact that they were definitely but let's either way, yeah, we've got through that. But yep, we did pretty good, all things considered. So now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to we're gonna jump into chapter 15 of Don Quixote. Let me see here. Hold on, let me grab a little tea. Also got a fair bit of honey. Okay. But let's see here. In which is related the unfortunate adventure that Don Quixote fell in with when he fell out with certain heartless Yanguas hands. The sage Cid Hamete Benengeli relates that as soon as Don Quixote took leave of his hosts and all who had been present at the burial of Chrysostom, he and his squire passed into the same wood which they had seen the shepherdess Marcella enter, and after having wandered for more than 2 hours in all directions in search of her without finding her, they came to a halt in a glade covered with tender grass, beside which ran a pleasant cool stream that invited and compelled them to pass there the hours of the noontide heat, which by this time was beginning to come on oppressively. Don Quixote and Sancho dismounted, and turning Rocinante and the ass loose to feed on the grass that was there in abundance, they ransacked the alforjas, and without any ceremony, very peacefully and very sociably, master and man made their repast on what they found in them. Sancho had not Sancho had not thought it worth while to hobble Rocinante, feeling sure from what he knew of his staidness and freedom from incontinence, that all the mares in the Cordova pastures would not lead him into an impropriety. Chance, however, and the devil, who is not always asleep, so ordained it that feeding in this valley there was a grove of Galician ponies belonging to certain Yanguesan carriers, whose way it is to take their midday rest when their teams in place in spots where grass and water abound, and that where Don Quixote chanced to be suited the Yanguesan's purpose very well. It so happened then that Rocinante took a fancy to disport himself with their ladyships the ponies, and abandoning his usual gait and demeanor as he scented them, he, without asking leave of his master, got up a briskish little trot and hastened to make known his wishes to them. They, however, it seemed, preferred their pasture to him, and received him with their heels and teeth to such effect that they soon broke his girths and left him naked without a saddle to cover him. Which must have been worse to him that the carriers, seeing the violence he was offering to their mares, came running up armed with stakes, and so belabored him that they brought him sorely battered to the ground. By this time, Don Quixote and Sancho, who had witnessed the drubbing of Rocinante, came up panting, and said Don Quixote to Sancho, "So far as I can see, friend Sancho, these are not knights, but base folk of low birth. I mention it because they canst lawfully aid me in taking due vengeance. I mentioned it because thou canst lawfully aid me in taking due vengeance for the insult offered to Rocinante before our eyes." "What the devil vengeance can we take?" answered Sancho. "There are more than 20, and we are not more than 2, or indeed, perhaps not more than 1.5. "I count for 100, replied Don Quixote, and without more words he drew his sword and attacked the Yanguesans excitedly, and impelled by the example of his master, Sancho did the same. Oh my good gravy. And to begin with, Don Quixote delivered a slash at one of them that laid open the leather jerkin he wore, together with a great portion of his shoulder. The Yanguesans, seeing themselves assaulted by only two men while they were so many, betook themselves to their stakes, and driving the two into the middle, they began to lay on with great zeal and energy. In fact, at the second blow they brought Sancho to the ground, and Don Quixote fared the same way, all his skill and high mettle availing him nothing. And fate willed it that he should fall at the feet of Rocinante, who had not yet risen, whereby it may be seen how furiously stakes can pound in angry boorish hands. Then, seeing the mischief they had done, the Yanguesans, with all the haste they could, loaded their team and pursued their journey, leaving the two adventurers a sorry sight and in sorrier mood. Sancho was the first to come to, and finding himself close to his master, he called to him in a weak and doleful voice. "Señor Don Quixote! Ah! Señor Don Quixote! What wouldst thou, brother Sancho?" answered Don Quixote in the same feeble, suffering tone as Sancho. "I would like, if it were possible," answered Sancho Panza, "your worship give me a couple sups of that potion of the fiery bloss, if it be that you have any to hand here. Perhaps it will serve for broken bones as well as for..." "If I only had it here, wretch that I am, what more should we want?" said Don Quixote. "But I swear to thee, Sancho Panza, on the faith of a knight errant, ere 2 days are over, unless fortune orders otherwise, I mean to have it in my possession, or my hand will have lost its cunning." "But in how many does your worship think we shall have the use of our feet?" answered Sancho Panza. "For myself, I must say I cannot guess how many," said the battered knight Don Quixote. "But I take all the blame upon myself, for I had no business to put hand to sword against men who are not dumb knights like myself. And so, I believe that in punishment for having transgressed the laws of chivalry, the god of battles has permitted this chastisement to be administered to me. For which reason, brother Sancho, it is well that thou shouldst receive a hint on the matter which I am now about to mention to thee, for it is of much importance to the welfare of both of us. It is that when thou shalt see rabble of this sort offering us insult, thou art not to wait till I draw sword against them, for I shall not do so at all. But do thou draw sword and chastise them to thy heart's content. And if any knights come to their aid and defence, I will take care to defend thee and assail them with all my might. And thou hast already seen by 1,000 signs and proofs what the might of this strong arm of mine is equal to. So uplifted had the poor gentleman become through the victory over the stout Biscayan. But Sancho did not so fully approve of his master's admonition as to let it pass without saying anything in reply. Signor, I am a man of peace, meek and quiet, and I can put up... Hold on just a moment. Alright, I'm back. Signor, I am a man of peace, meek and quiet, and I can put up with any affront because I have a wife and child to support and bring up. Sorry, I have a wife and children to support and bring up. So let it be likewise a hint to your worship, as it cannot be a mandate, that on no account will I draw sword against either against clown or against knight, and that here before God I forgive the insults that have been offered me, whether they have been, are, or shall be offered me by high or low, rich or poor, noble or commoner, not accepting any rank or condition whatsoever. To all which his master said in reply, I wish I had breath enough to speak somewhat easily, and that the pain I feel on this side would abate, so as to let me explain to thee, Hansa, the mistake thou makest. Come now, sinner, suppose the winds of fortune hitherto so adverse turn in our favor, filling the sails of our desires, so that safely, without impediment, we put into port some one of those islands I promised thee. How would it be with thee if on winning it I have made thee lord of it? Why, thou wilt make it well nigh impossible, through not being a knight, or having any desire to be one, or possessing the courage nor the will to avenge insults or defend thy lordship. For thou must know that in newly conquered kingdoms and provinces the minds of the inhabitants are never so quiet nor so well disposed to the Lord, that there is no fear of their making some move to change matters once more. And try as they say what chances may do for them, so it is essential that the new possessor should have good sense to enable him to govern valor to attack and defend himself, whatever may befall him. In what hast thou befallen us? Answered Sancho. I'd have been well pleased to have that good sense and valor your worship speaks of, but I swear on the faith of the poor man that I am more fit for plasters than for arguments. See if your worship can get up. Let us help Rocinante, though he does not deserve it, for he was the main cause of all this thrashing. I never thought it of Rocinante. I took him person, and as quiet as myself. After all, they say right, that it takes a long time to come to know, and that there is nothing sure in this. Who would have said that after such mighty slashes as your worship gave that unlucky knight errant, there was coming traveling post, and at the very heels of them such a great storm of sticks as has fallen upon our shoulders? And yet thine, Sancho, replied Don Quixote, ought to be used to such squalls, but mine, reared in soft cloth and fine linen, plain They must feel more keenly the pain of this mishap, and if it were not that I imagine, why do I say imagine, know of a certainty that all these annoyances are very necessary accompaniments of the calling of arms, I would lay me down to die here I would lay me down here to die of pure vexation. To this the squire replied, Signor, these mishaps are what one reaps of chivalry. Tell me if they happen very often, or if they have their own fixed times for coming to pass, because it seems to me that after 2 harvests we shall be no good for the third, unless God in his infinite mercy helps us. No, friend Sancho, answered Don Quixote. Don't paw at the screen. I'm trying to read. Thank you. That the life of knights errant is subject to 1,000 daggers and reverses, and neither more nor less is it within immediate possibility for knights errant to become kings and emperors, as experience has shown in the case of many different knights with whose histories I am thoroughly acquainted. And I could tell thee now, if pain would let me, of some who simply by might of arm have risen to the high stations I have mentioned, and those same both before and after experienced divers fortunes and miseries. For the valiant Amadeus of Gaul found himself in the power of his mortal enemy, Arcalos, magician, who it is positively asserted, holding him captive, gave him more than 200 lashes with the reins of his horse while tied to the pillars of a court. And moreover, there is a certain recondite author of no small authority who says that the knight of Phoebus, being caught in a certain pitfall, which opened under his feet in a certain castle, on falling found himself bound hand and foot in a deep pit underground. They administered to him one of those things they call clysters of sand and snow water, that well nigh finished him. And if he had not been succored in that sore extremity by a sage, a great friend of his, it would have gone very hard with the poor knight. The clyster. You know what? I should probably look that up. Ah! I see. There's a archaic term for enema. Huh. Anyway. Eh. So I may well suffer in company with such worthy folk, for greater were the indignities which they had to suffer than those which we suffer. For I would have thee know, Sancho, that wounds caused by any instruments which happen by chance to be in hand inflict no indignity, and this is laid down in the law of the duel in express words. If, for instance, the cobbler strikes another with the last which he has put in his hand, though it be in fact a piece of wood, it cannot be said that the reason that he whom he struck with it has been cudgeled. I say this lest thou shouldst imagine that because we have been drubbed in the fray, we have therefore suffered any indignity, for the arms those men carried, which they have pounded us, were nothing more than their stakes, and not one of them, so far as I remember, carried rapier, sword, or dagger. He gave me no time to see as much, answered Sancho, for hardly had I laid hand on my tizona, when they signed the cross on my shoulders with their sticks, in such a style that they took the sight out of my eyes and the strength out of my feet, stretching me where I now lie, and were thinking of whether all these stake strokes were an indignity or not gives me no uneasiness, which the pain of the blows does, for they will remain as deeply impressed on my memory as on my shoulders. For all that, let me tell thee, brother Panza, said Don Quixote, that there is no recollection which time does not put an end to, and no pain which death does not remove. And what greater misfortunes can there be, replied Panza, than the one waits for time to put an end to it, and death to remove it? If our mishap were one that could be cured... Sorry. If our mishap were one of those that are cured with a couple of plasters, it would not be so bad. But I am beginning to think that all the plasters in a hospital almost won't be enough to put us right. No more of that. Pluck strength out of weakness, Sancho, as I mean to do, returned Don Quixote, and let us see how Rocinante is. For it seems to me that not the least share of this mishap has fallen to the lot of the poor beast. Nothing wonderful in that, replied Sancho. He is a knight-errant, too. But I wonder, is that my beast could have come off scot-free, where we come out scotched. Interesting. You know what? Might as well. I don't think I've ever heard scotch before, but decisively put an end to, wedge, kick, prevent a wheel or object from slipping. Verb, cut or score the skin or surface of, or render something temporarily harmless. I see. That was probably. Fortune always leaves a door in adversity in order to bring relief to it, Don Quixote. I say so because this little beast may now supply the want of Rocinante, carrying me hence to some castle where I may be cured of my wounds, and moreover I shall not hold it to any dishonor to be so mounted. For I remember having read how the good old Hylanus, the tutor and instructor of the gay god of laughter, when he entered the city of the 100 Gates, went very contentedly mounted on a handsome ass. It may be true that he went mounted as your worship says, answered Sancho, but there is a great difference between going mounted and going slung like a sack of manure. To which Don Quixote replied, wounds received in battle confer honor instead of taking it away. So, friend Panza, say no more. But as I told thee before, get up as well as thou canst, and put me on top of thy beast in whatever fashion pleases thee best, and let us go, ere night come and surprise us in these wilds. And yet I have heard your worship say, observed Panza, that it is very meet of knights errant to sleep in wastes and deserts, and that they esteem it very good fortune. That is, said Don Quixote, when they cannot help it, or when they are in love. And so true is this that there have been knights who have remained 2 years on rocks, sunshine and shade, and all the inclemencies of heaven, without their ladies knowing anything of it. And one of these was Amadeus, or Amidus, when under the name of Beltenebros, he took up his abode on the Pena Pobre. Or, I know not if it was 8 years or 8 months, for I am not very sure of the reckoning. At any rate, he stayed there doing penance for it, for I know not what pique the Princess Oriana had against him. But no more of this now, Sancho, and make haste before a mishap like Rocinante's befalls the ass. The very devil would be in it in that case, said Sancho, and letting off 30 oaths and 60 sighs and 120 maledictions and execrations on whomever it was that had brought him here, he raised himself, stopping halfway, bent like a Turkish bow, without power to bring himself upright. But with all his pains, he saddled his ass, who too had gone astray somewhat, yielding to the excessive license of the day. He next raised up Rocinante, and as for him, he had possessed a tongue to complain with. Most assuredly neither Sancho nor his master would have been behind him. To be brief, Sancho fixed Don Quixote on the ass, and secured Rocinante with a leading rein, and taking the ass by the halter, he proceeded more or less in the direction which it seemed to him the high road might be. and, as chance was, conducting their affairs for them from good to better, he had not gone a short league when the road came in sight, and on it he perceived an inn, which to his annoyance and to the delight of Don Quixote must needs be a castle. Sancho insisted that it was an inn, and his master that it was not one, but a castle, and the dispute lasted so long that before the point was settled they had time to reach it, and into it Sancho entered with all his team without any further controversy. What are you doing? Chapter 16. Of what happened to the ingenious gentleman in the inn which he took to be a castle. The innkeeper, seeing Don Quixote slung across the ass, asked Sancho what was amiss with him. Sancho answered that it was nothing, only that he had fallen down from a rock and his ribs were had his ribs a little bruised. The innkeeper had a wife whose disposition was not such as those of her calling commonly have, for she was by nature kind-hearted and felt for the sufferings of her neighbors. So she at once set upon tending Don Quixote, and made her young daughter, a very comely girl, help her in taking care of her guest. There was besides in the inn a servant, an Asturian lass with a broad face, flat poll, and a snub nose, blind in one eye and not very sound in the other. Sorry, I don't know what a flat poll is. A flat poll. On give the definition. There we go. Top or back of the head. I see. What? Fine. Alright, hold on, give me just a second. Foul creatures. Anyway. The elegance of her shape, to be sure, made up for all her defects. She did not measure 7 palms from head to foot, and her shoulders, which overweighted her somewhat, made her contemplate the ground more than she liked. This graceful lass, then, helped the young girl, and the two made up a very bad bed for Don Quixote, in a garret that showed evident signs of having formerly served for many years as a straw loft, in which there was also quartered a carrier whose bed and saddles and cloths. Carrier whose bed was placed a little beyond our Don Quixote's, and though only made of the pack saddles and cloths of his mules, had much the average of it, as Don Quixote's consisted of simply 4 rough boards on 2 not very even trestles, a mattress that, for thinness, might have passed for a quilt full of pellets, which they were not seen when they were not seen through the rents to be wool, would to the touch have seemed pebbles in hardness, 2 sheets made of buckler leather, and a coverlet of threads, of which anyone that chose might have counted without missing one in the reckoning. On this accursed bed Don Quixote stretched himself, and the hostess and her daughter soon covered him with plasters from top to toe. While Maritornes, for that was the name of the Asturian, held the light for them, and while plastering him, the hostess, observing how the full wheels of Don Quixote was in some places, remarked this had more than the look of blows than of a fall. It was not blows, Sancho said, but that the rock had many points and projections, and that each of them had left his mark. Pray, Signora, he added, manage to save some tow, as there will be no want of someone to use it, for my loins too are rather sore. Then you must have fallen too, said the hostess. I did not fall, but from the shock I got at seeing my master fall, my body aches so that I feel as if I had had 1,000 thwacks. That may well be, said the young girl, for it has many a time happened to me to dream that I was falling down from a tower and never coming to the ground. and when I awoke from the dream to find myself as weak and shaken as if I had really fallen. There is the point, Signora, replied Sancho Panza, that I, without dreaming at all, but being more awake than I am now, find myself with scarcely less wheels than my master Don Quixote. How is the gentleman called? Asked Maritornes the Asturian. Don Quixote of La Mancha, answered Sancho Panza. He is a knight adventurer, and one of the best and stoutest that there have been in the world this long time past. What is a knight adventurer? Said the lass. Are you so new in the world as not to know? Answered Sancho Panza. But you must know, sister, that a knight adventurer is a thing that in 2 words is seen drubbed an emperor, and that is today the most miserable and needy being in the world, and tomorrow will have 2 or 3 crowns of kingdoms to give his squire. Then how is it, said the hostess, that belonging to so good a master as this, you have not, to judge by appearances, even so much as a county? It is too soon yet, answered Sancho, for we have only been a month going in quest of adventures, and so far we have met with nothing that can be called one. Oh. Come on, you can have a little sit. Come. There you go. Let's see. For it will happen that when one thing is looked for, another a thing is found. However, if my master Don Quixote gets well of this wound or fall, and I am left none the worse of it, I would not change my hopes for the best title in Spain. To all this conversation, Don Quixote was listening very attentively, and sitting up in bed as well as he could, and taking the hostess by the hand, he said to her, Believe me, fair lady, you may call yourself fortunate in having in this castle of yours sheltered my person, which is such that I do not myself praise it. It is because of what is commonly said, that self-praise debaseth, but my squire will inform you who I am. I only tell you that I shall preserve forever inscribed on my memory the service you have rendered me, in order to tender you my gratitude, while life shall last me. And would it to heaven love held me not so enthralled and subject to its laws, and to the eyes of that fair ingrate whom I name between my teeth, but that those of this lovely damsel might be masters of my liberty. I need another little sip of tea. But like an ice cube. Wouldn't let it kind of vent some of the heat. Anyway. Maybe. That's better. The hostess, her daughter, and the worthy Maritornes. Maritornes listened in bewilderment to the words of the knight errant, for they understood about as much of them as if he had been talking Greek, though they could perceive that they were all meant to be expressions of goodwill and blandishments, and not being accustomed to this kind of language, they stared at him and wondered to themselves, for he seemed to them a man of a different sort from those they were used to, and thanking him in hothouse phrase for his civility, they left him, while the Asturian gave her attention to Sancho, who needed it no less than his master. The carrier had made an arrangement with her for recreation that night, and she had given him her word that when the guests were quiet and the family asleep, she would come in search of him and meet his wishes unreservedly. And it is said of this good lass that she never made promises of the kind without fulfilling them, even though she made them in a forest and without any witnesses present, for she plumed herself greatly on being a lady, and held it no disgrace to be in such an employment as servant of the inn, because she said misfortunes and ill luck had brought her to that position. The hard, narrow, wretched, rickety bed of Don Quixote stood first in the middle of this starlit stable, and close beside it Sancho made his, which merely consisted of a rush mat and a blanket that looked as if it was of threadbare canvas rather than of wool. Next to these two beds was that of the carrier, made up, as had been said, of the pack saddles and all the trappings of the two best mules he had. Though there were 12 of them, sleek, plump, and in prime condition, for he was one of the rich carriers of Arevalo, according to the author of this history, who particularly mentions this carrier because he knew him very well, and they even say was in some degree a relation of his. Besides which, Sid Hamet Benengeli was a historian of great research and accuracy in all things, as is very evident since he would not pass over in silence those that have been already mentioned, however trifling and insignificant they might be. An example that might be followed by those grave historians who relate transactions so curtly and briefly that we hardly get a taste of them, all the substance of the work being left in the inkstand from carelessness, perverseness, or ignorance. 1,000 blessings on the author of Tablante di Ricamonte, and that of the other book, in which the deeds of the Conde Tomias are recounted. With what minuteness they describe everything. To proceed then, after having paid a visit to his team and given them their second feed, the carrier stretched himself on his pack saddles and lay waiting for his conscientious Meritornes. Sancho was by this time plastered and lain down, and though he strove to sleep, the pain of his ribs would not let him, while Don Quixote, the pain of his, had his eyes as wide open as a hare's. Ah! The inn was all in silence, and in the whole of it there was no light except that given by a lantern that hung burning in the middle of the gateway. This strange stillness, and the thoughts always present in our knight's mind of the incidents described at every turn in the books that were the cause of his misfortune, conjured up to his imagination an extraordinary delusion as can well be conceived, which was that he fancied himself to have reached a famous castle, for, as has been said, all the inns he lodged in were castles to his eyes, and that the daughter of the innkeeper was the daughter of the lord of the castle, and that she, won by his high-bred bearing, had fallen in love with him, and promised to come to his bed for a while that night without knowledge of her parents. And holding all this fantasy that he had constructed a solid fact, he began to feel uneasy, and to consider the perilous risk which his virtue was about to encounter, and he resolved in his heart to commit no treason to his lady Dulcinea del Toboso, even though the Queen Guinevere herself and the Dame Quintanona should present themselves before him. While he was taken up with these vagaries, then the time and the hour, an unlucky one for him, arrived the historian to come, who in her smock, with bare feet and her hair gathered in a fustian coif, with noiseless and cautious steps entered the chamber where the three were quartered, in quest of the carrier, but scarcely had she gained the door when Don Quixote perceived her, sitting up in his bed in spite of his plasters and the pain of his ribs. He stretched out his arms to receive his beauteous damsel. The historian, who was all doubled up and in silence, with her hands before her, feeling for her lover, encountered the arms of Don Quixote, who grasped her tightly by the wrist, and drawing her towards him, while she dared not utter a word, made her sit down on the bed. He then felt her smock, and although it was of sackcloth, it appeared to him to be the finest and softest silk. On her wrist she wore some glass beads, but to him they had the sheen of precious orient pearls. Her hair, which in some measure resembled a horse's mane, he rated as threads of the brightest gold of Araby, whose refulgence dimmed the sun himself. Her breath, which no doubt smelt of yesterday's stale bread, seemed to him to diffuse a sweet aromatic fragrance from her mouth, and in short he drew her portrait in his imaginations with the same features and in the same style as that which he had seen in his books of other princesses who, smitten by love, came with all the adornments that are here set down, to see the sorely wounded knight, and so great was the poor gentleman's blindness that neither touch nor smell nor anything else about the good lass would have made any but a carrier vomit, were enough to undeceive him. On the contrary, he was persuaded he had the goddess of beauty in his arms, and holding her firmly in his grasp, he went on to say in a low, tender voice, Would that I found myself loving an exalted lady, in a position to repay such a favor as that which you, by the sight of your great beauty, have granted me. But fortune, which is never weary of persecuting the good, have chosen to place me upon this bed, where I lie so bruised and broken, that though my inclination would gladly comply with yours, it is impossible. Besides, to this impossibility, another yet grander is to be added, which is the faith that I have pledged to the peerless Dulcinea del Toboso, sole lady of my most secret thoughts. And were it not that this stood in the way, I should not be so insensible a knight as to miss the happy opportunity which your great goodness has offered me. Maritornes was fretting and sweating and finding herself held so fast by Don Quixote, and not understanding nor heeding the words he addressed to her, she strove without speaking to free herself. The worthy carrier, whose unholy thoughts kept him awake, was aware of his doxy the moment she entered the door, and was listening attentively to all Don Quixote said, and jealous that the historian should have broken her word with him for another, drew nearer to Don Quixote's bed, and stood still to see what would come of this talk, which he could not understand, but though he perceived the wretch struggling to get free and Don Quixote striving to hold her, not relishing the joke, he raised his arm and delivered such a terrible cuff on the lank jaws of the amorous knight that he all bathed his mouth in blood. And not content with this, he mounted on his ribs and feet and tramped all over them at a pace rather smarter than a trot. The bed, which was somewhat crazy and not very firm on its feet, unable to support the additional weight of the carrier, came to the ground, and at a mighty crash of this the innkeeper woke, and at once concluded that it must be some brawl of Maritornes, because after calling loudly to her he got no answer. With suspicion he got up, and lighting a lamp, hastened to the corner where he had heard the disturbance. The wench, seeing her master coming, and knowing that his temper was terrible, frightened and panic-stricken, made for the bed of Sancho Panza, who still slept crouching upon it, made a ball of herself. The innkeeper came in, exclaiming, "Where art thou, strumpet? Of course this is some of thy work." At this Sancho awoke, feeling this mass almost on top of him. He fancied he had a nightmare, and began to distribute fisticuffs all around, of which a certain share fell upon Maritornes, who, irritated by the pain, flinging modesty aside, paid back so many in return to Sancho that she woke him up in spite of himself, and then finding himself so handled, by whom he knew not, raising himself up as best he could, grappled with Maritornes, and he and she between them began the bitterest and drolling scrimmage in the world. The carrier, however, perceiving by the light of the innkeeper candle how it fared with his lady love, quitting Don Quixote, ran to bring her the help she needed. And the innkeeper did the same, but with a different intention, for his was to chastise the lass, so he believed that beyond a doubt she alone was the cause of all the harmony. And so, as the saying is, catch to rat, rat to rope, rope to stick, the carrier pounded Sancho, Sancho the lass, she him, and the innkeeper her. And all worked away so briskly that they did not give themselves a moment's rest, and so the best of it was that the innkeeper's lamp went out, and as they were all left in the dark, they all laid on one upon one the other, in a mass so unmercifully that there was not a sound spot left where a hand could light. And so it happened that there was lodging the night in the inn a quadrilero of that they call the Old Holy Brotherhood of Toledo, who, also hearing the extraordinary noise of the conflict, seized his staff and the tin case which his words, and made his way into the dark room, crying, "Hold! In the name of the jurisdiction! Hold in the name of the Holy Brotherhood!" The first that he came upon was the humbled Don Quixote, who laid senseless on his back upon his broken-down bed. His hand falling on the beard as he felt about him, he continued to cry, "Hold for the jurisdiction!" But perceiving that he whom he had laid hold of did not move or stir, he concluded that he was dead, and that those in the room were his murderers. And with such suspicion he raised his voice still higher, calling out, "Shut the inn gate! See that no one goes out! They have killed a man here!" The cry startled them all, and each dropped the contest at the point at which the voice reached him. The innkeeper retreated to his room, and the carrier to his pack-saddles, the last to her crib. The unlucky Don Quixote and Sancho alone were unable to move from where they were. The quadrilero on this let go of Don Quixote's beard, and went out to look for a light to search for and apprehend the culprits, but not finding one, as the innkeeper had purposely extinguished the lantern on retreating to his room, he was compelled to have recourse to the hearth, where after much time and trouble he lit another lamp. Time for another quick sip. That's the good stuff. Chapter 17, in which are contained the innumerable troubles which the brave Don Quixote and his good squire Sancho Panza endured in the inn, which to his misfortune he took to be a castle. By the time Don Quixote had recovered from his swoon, and in the same tone of voice in which he had called to his squire the day before, when he lay stretched in the vale of the stakes, he began calling to him now, "Sancho, my friend, art thou asleep? Sleepest thou, friend Sancho?" "How can I sleep?" "Curses on it," returned Sancho, discontentedly and bitterly, "but it is plain that all the devils have been at me this night." "Thou mayest well believe that," answered Don Quixote, "because either I know little, or this castle is enchanted, for thou must know. But this I am now about to tell thee, thou must swear to keep secret until my death." "I swear it," answered Sancho. "I say so," continued Don Quixote, "because I hate taking away anyone's good name." "I say," replied Sancho, "that I swear to hold my tongue about it until the end of your worship's days, and God grant I may be able to let it out tomorrow." "Do I do thee such injury, Sancho, that thou wouldst see me dead so soon?" "'Tis not for that," replied Sancho, "but because I hate keeping things long, and I do not want them to grow rotten with me from overkeeping." "At any rate," said Don Quixote, "I have more confidence in thy affection and good nature, and so I would have thee know that this night there befell me one of the strangest adventures that I could describe, and related to thee briefly, thou must know that a little while ago the daughter of the lord of this castle came to me, and that she is the most elegant and beautiful damsel that could be found in the wide world. What I could tell thee of the charms of her person, of her lively wit, of other secret matters which, to preserve the fealty I owe to my lady Dulcinea del Toboso, I shall pass over unnoticed and in silence. I only tell thee that, either fate being envious of so great a boon placed in my hands by good fortune, or perhaps, and this is the more probable, this castle being, as I have already said, enchanted, at the time when I was engaged in the sweetest and most amorous discourse with her, there came, without my seeing or knowing whence it came, a hand attached to some arm of a huge giant that planted such a cuff on my jaw that I have them all bathed in blood, and then pummeled me in such a way that I am in a worse plight than yesterday, when the couriers, on account of Rocinante's misbehavior, inflicted on us the injury thou knowest of. Whence conjecture that there must be some enchanted Moor guarding the treasure of this damsel's beauty, and that it is not for me. Not for me either, said Sancho. For more than 400 Moors have so thrashed me that the drubbings of the stakes was cakes and fancy bread to it. But tell me, Signor, what do you call this excellent and rare adventure that has left us as we are left now? Though your worship was not so badly off, having in your arms the incomparable beauty you spoke of. But what did I have, except the heaviest wax I think I had in all my life? Unlucky me and the mother that bore me. For I am not a knight-errant and never expected to be one, and of all the mishaps, the greater part falls to my share. Then thou hast been thrashed too, Don Quixote. Didn't I say so? Didn't I say so? Wish luck to my line, said Sancho. Be not distressed, friend, said Don Quixote, for I will now make the precious balsam with which we may cure ourselves in the twinkling of an eye. By this time the quadrille had succeeded in lighting the lamp, and came to it. He saw the man he thought had been killed, and as Sancho caught sight of him at the door, seeing him coming in his shirt with a cloth on his head, and seeing a lamp in his hand, and a very forbidding countenance, he said to his master, Signor, Can it be this enchanted Moor coming back to give us more castigation? If there is anything still left in the ink bottle, it cannot be the Moor," said Don Quixote. Answered Don Quixote. "For those under enchantment do not let themselves be seen by anyone." "They do not let themselves be seen, they let themselves be felt," said Sancho. "If not, let my shoulders speak to the point." "Mine could speak too," said Don Quixote. "But that is not a sufficient reason for believing that what we see is the enchanted Moor." Another quick sip, hold on. The officer came up, and finding them engaged in such a peaceful conversation, stood amazed, though Don Quixote, to be sure, still lay on his back, unable to move from pure pummeling and plasters. The officer turned to him and said, "Well, how goes it, good man?" "I would speak more politely, if I were you," replied Don Quixote. "Is it the way of this country to address knights errant in that style, you booby?" The quadrilero, finding himself so disrespectfully treated by such a sorry-looking individual, lost his temper, and raising the lamp full of oil, smote Don Quixote with such a blow on the head that he gave him a badly broken pat. Wait. Hold on. I need to... Some of these words are most certainly foreign to me. 8. Crown of the head. Got it. Jeez. Anyway. Then, all being in darkness, he went out, and Sancho Panza said, "That is certainly the enchanted Moor, senor. He keeps the treasures for others, and for us only the cuffs and lamp wax." "That is the truth," said Don Quixote. "There is no use in troubling oneself about these matters of enchantment, or being angry or vexed at them. For, as they are invisible and visionary, we shall find no one on whom to avenge ourselves. Do what we may, rise, Sancho, if thou canst, and call the alcaide of this fortress, and get him to give me a little oil, wine, salt, and rosemary, to make the salutiferous balsam. For indeed, I believe I have great need of it now, because I am losing much blood from the wound that phantom gave me." Sancho got up with pain enough in his bones, and went after the innkeeper in the dark, and meeting the officer, who was looking to see what had become of his enemy, he said to him, "Señor, whoever you are, do us the favor and kindness to give us a little rosemary, oil, salt, and wine, for it is wanted to cure one of the best knight-errants on earth, who lie on yonder bed wounded by the hands of the enchanted Moor that is in this inn." When the officer heard him talk in this way, he took him for a man out of his senses. And as day was now beginning to break, he opened the inn gate, and calling the host, he told him what this good man wanted. The host furnished him with what he required, and Sancho brought it to Don Quixote, who, with his hand to his head, was bewailing the pain of the blow of the lamp, which had done him no more harm than raising a couple of large lumps. And what he fancied blood was only the sweat that flowed from him in his sufferings during the late storm. To be brief, he took the materials, of which he made a compound, mixing them all and boiling them a good while until it seemed to him that they had come to perfection. He then asked for some vial to pour it into, and as there was not one in the inn, he decided on putting it in a tin oil bottle or flask, of which the host made him a free gift. And over the flask he repeated more than 80 paternosters, and as many more Ave Marias, salves, and credos, accompanying each word with a cross by way of benediction. At which they were all present, Sancho, the innkeeper, and the quadrilero, for the carrier was now peacefully engaged in attending to the comfort of his mules. This being accomplished, he felt anxious to make trial himself, on the spot, of the virtue of this precious balsam, as he considered it, and so he drank near a quart of what could not be put into the flask, and remained in the pigskin in which it had been boiled, but scarcely had he been done drinking it when he began to vomit in such a way that nothing was left in his stomach, and with pangs and spasms of vomiting he broke into a profuse sweat, on account of which he bade them cover him up and leave him alone. They did so, and he lay sleeping for more than 3 hours, at the end of which he awoke, and felt very great bodily relief, and so much ease from his bruises that he thought himself quite cured, and verily believed he had hit upon the balsam of Heribras, of Hyrabras, and that with this remedy he might thenceforward, without any fear, face any kind of destruction, battle, or combat, however perilous it may be. Sancho Panza, who regarded the amendment of his master as miraculous, begged him to give him what was left in the pigskin, which was no small quantity. Don Quixote consented, and he, taking it with both hands, in good faith and with a better will, gulped it down and drained off very little less than his master. But the fact is that the stomach of poor Sancho was of necessity not so delicate as that of his master, and so before vomiting he was seized with such gripings and retchings, and such sweats and faintness, that verily and truly he believed his last hour had come, and finding himself so racked and tormented, he cursed the balsam and the thief that had given it to him. Don Quixote, seeing him in this state, said, "It is my belief, Sancho, that this mischief comes of thy not being dubbed a knight, for I am so persuaded this liqueur cannot be good for those who are not so." "If your worship knew that," returned Sancho, "oh, betide me and all my kindred, why did you let me taste it?" At this moment the draught took effect, and the poor squire began to discharge both ways at such a rate that the rush mat on which he had thrown himself and the canvas blanket he was covering himself were fit for nothing afterwards. He sweated and perspired with such paroxysms and convulsions that not only he himself but all present thought his end had come. This tempest and tribulation lasted about 2 hours, at the end of which he was left not like his master, but so weak and exhausted that he could not stand. Don Quixote, who, as has been said, felt himself relieved and well, was eager to take his departure at once in quest of adventures. It seemed to him all the time he loitered here, that he loitered there was a fraud upon the world, and those in it who stood in need of his help and protection. All the more when he had the security and confidence his balsam afforded him, and so urged by this impulse he saddled Rocinante, and put the pack-saddle on his squire's beast, whom likewise he helped to dress and mount the ass. After which he mounted his horse, and turning to a corner of the inn, he laid hold of a pike that stood there, to serve him by way of a lance. All that were in the inn, who were more than 20 persons, stood watching him. The innkeeper's daughter was likewise observing him, and he never took his eyes off her, and from time to time fetched a sigh that he seemed to pluck from the depths of his bowels. But they all thought it must be from the pain he felt in his ribs. At any rate, they who had seen him plastered the night before thought so. As soon as they were both mounted at the gate of the inn, he called to the host, and said in a very grave and measured voice, "Many and great are the favors, Señor Alcaide, that I have received in this castle of yours, and I remain under the deepest obligation to be grateful to you for them all the days of my life. If I can repay them in avenging you of any arrogant foe who may have wronged you, know that my calling is no other than to aid the weak, and to avenge those who suffer wrong, and chastise perfidy. Search your memory, and if you find anything of this kind, you need only tell me of it, and I promise you by the order of knighthood which I have received to procure you satisfaction and reparation to the utmost of your desire." The innkeeper replied to him with equal calmness, "Sir Knight, I do not want your worship to avenge me of any wrong, because when any is done to me, I take what vengeance seems good to me. The only thing I want is that you pay me the score that you have run up in the inn last night, as well for the straw and barley for your 2 beasts as for supper and beds." "Then this is an inn?" said Don Quixote. "And a very respectable one," said the innkeeper. "I have been under a stake all this time," answered Don Quixote, "for in truth I thought it was a castle, and not a bad one, but since it appears that it is not a castle, but an inn, all that can be done now is that you should excuse the payment, for I cannot contravene the rule of a knight errant, for whom I know as a fact, and up to the present I have read nothing to the contrary, that they have never paid for lodging or anything else in the inn where they might be, for any hospitality they might be offered to them is due by law and right in return for the insufferable toil they endure in seeking adventures by night and by day, in summer and in winter, on foot and on horseback, in hunger and thirst, cold and heat, exposed to all the inclemencies of heaven, and and the hardships of earth. I have little to do with that, replied the innkeeper. Pay me what you owe me, and let us have no more talk of chivalry, for all I care about is to get my money. You're a stupid, scurvy innkeeper, said Don Quixote, and putting spurs to Rocinante and bringing his pike to the slope, he rode out of the inn before anyone could stop him, and pushed on some distance without looking to see if his squire was following him. The innkeeper, when he saw him go without paying him, ran to get payment of Sancho, who said that as his master would not pay, neither would he, because being as his squire to a knight-errant, the same rule and reason held good for him as for his master, with regard to not paying anything in inns and hostelries. At this time the innkeeper waxed very wroth, and threatened if he did not pay him, compel him the way he would not like. To which Sancho made answer that by law of chivalry his master had received that he would not pay a rap, though it cost him his life, for the excellent and ancient usage of knights errant was not going to be violated by him, nor should the squires of such as were yet to come into the world ever complain of him or reproach him with breaking so just a privilege. The ill luck of the unfortunate Sancho so ordered it that among the company of the inn there were 4 wool carders of Segovia, 3 needle-makers of the colt of Cordova, 2 lodgers of the fair of Seville, lively fellows, tender-hearted, fond of a joke, and playful, who, almost as if instigated and moved by a common impulse, made up to Sancho and dismounted him from his ass, while one of them went in for a blanket of the host's bed. Before flinging on him into it, they looked up, and seeing that the ceiling was somewhat lower than they required for their work, they decided upon going out in the yard, which was bounded by sky. There, putting Sancho in the middle of the blanket, they began to raise him high, making sport with him as they would with a dog at shrovetide. The cries of the poor blanketed wretch were so loud that they reached the ears of his master, who, halting to listen attentively, was persuaded that some new adventure was coming, until he clearly perceived that it was his squire who uttered them. Wheeling about, he came up to the inn with a labourer's gallop, and finding it shut, he went around to see if he could find some other way of getting in. But as soon as he came to the wall of the yard, which was not very high, he discovered the game that was being played with his squire. He saw him rising and falling in the air with such grace and nimbleness that, had his rage allowed him, it is my belief that he would have laughed. He tried to climb from his horse onto the top of the wall, but he was so bruised and battered that he could not even dismount. And so from the back of his horse he began to utter such maledictions and objurgations against those who were blanketing Sancho, as it would be impossible to write down accurately. They, however, did not stay their laughter or work for this, nor did the flying Sancho cease his lamentations, mingled now with threats, now with entreaties, but all to little purpose, or none at all, until from pure weariness they left off. They then brought him his ass, and mounting him on top of it, they put his jacket round him, and the compassionate Maritorne, seeing him so exhausted, thought fit to refresh him with a jug of water, and that it might be all the cooler, she fetched it from the well. Sancho took it, and as he was raising it to his mouth, he was stopped by the cries of his master, exclaiming, "Sancho, my son, drink not water, drink it not, my son, for it will kill thee. Here I have the blessed balsam." He held up the flask of liquor, "and with drinking 2 drops of it thou wilt certainly be restored." At these words Sancho turned his eyes asquint, and in still a louder voice said, "Can it be your worship has forgotten that I am not a knight? Keep your liquor in the name of all the devils, and leave me to myself." And at once, the same instant, he left off talking and began drinking. But as the first sup he perceived it was water, he did not care to go on with it, and begged Maritornes to fetch him some wine, which he did with right good will, and paid for it with her own money. For indeed they say of her that, though she was in that line of life, there was some faint and distant resemblance to a Christian about her. When Sancho had been done drinking, he dug his heels into his ass, and the gate of the inn being thrown open, he passed out very well pleased at having paid nothing, and carried his point, though it had been at the expense of his usual suretries, his shoulders. It is true that the innkeeper detained his alforjas in payment of what was owing to him, but Sancho took his departure in such a flurry that he never missed them. The innkeeper, as soon as he saw him off, went to bar the gate closed, but the blanketeers would not agree to it, for they were fellows who would not have cared 2 farthings for Don Quixote, even had he been really one of the knights errant of the Round Table. Oh, what a grand time. There we go. And now for another quick sip. Oh man, I gotta tell you, this is one heck of a read. Good tea. Definitely better with the honey. I suppose that says more about me as a person than the quality of the honey. I mean, than the quality of the tea. I mean, the honey's good. But anyway, where was I? Chapter 18, in which is related the discourse Sancho Panza held with his master, Don Quixote, and other adventures worth relating. Sancho reached his master so limp and faint that he could not urge on his beast. When Don Quixote saw the state he was in, he said, I have now come to the conclusion, good Sancho, that this castle or inn is beyond a doubt enchanted, because those who have so atrociously diverted themselves with thee, what can they be but phantoms or beings of another world? And I hold this confirmed by having noticed that when I was by the wall of the yard witnessing the acts of thy said tragedy, it was out of my power to mount upon, nor could I even dismount from Rocinante, because they no doubt had me enchanted. For I swear to thee, by the faith of what I am, that if I had been able to climb up or dismount, I would have avenged thee in such a way that those braggart thieves would have remembered their freak forever. Even though in doing so I knew that I contravened the laws of chivalry, which, as I have often told thee, do not permit a knight to lay hands on him who is not one, save in case of urgent and great necessity in defense of his own life and person. I would have avenged myself too if I could, said Sancho, whether I had been dubbed knight or not, but I could not, though for my part I am persuaded those who amused themselves with me were not phantoms or enchanted men, as your worship says, but men of flesh and bone like ourselves. And they all had their names, for I heard them name them when they were tossing me, and one was Pedro Martinez, and another Tenorio Hernandez, and the innkeeper I heard was called Juan Palomec, the left-handed, so that, Signor, your not being able to leap over the wall or dismount from your horse came of something else besides enchantments. And what I make out clearly from all this, that these adventures we go seeking will in the end lead us into such misadventures that we shall not know which is our right foot, and that the best and wisest thing, according to my small wits, would be for us to return home, now that it is harvest time, and attend to our business, and give the wandering from Zika to Mecca, and from pail to bucket, as the saying is. How little thou knowest of chivalry. How little thou knowest about chivalry, Sancho, replied Don Quixote. Hold thy peace, and have patience. The day will come when thou shalt see with thine own eyes what an honorable thing it is to wander in the pursuit of this calling. Nay, tell me, what greater pleasure can there be in the world, and what delight can equal that of winning a battle and triumphing over one's enemy? Done, beyond all doubt. Very likely, answered Sancho, though I do not know it. All I know is that since we have been knights errant, or since your worship has been one, for I have no right to reckon myself of so honorable a number, we have never won any battle, except the one with the Biscayan, and even out of that your worship came with half an ear and half a helmet the less. And from that till now, it has all been cudgellings, and more cudgellings, cuffs, and more cuffs. I'm getting the blanketing over and above, and the falling in with enchanted persons whom I cannot avenge myself, so as to know what the delight, as your worship calls it, of conquering an enemy is like. That is what vexes me, and what ought to vex thee, Sancho, replied Don Quixote. But henceforward I will endeavour to have at hand some sword made by such craft that no kind of enchantments can take effect upon him who carries it. And it is even possible that fortune may procure me that which belonged to Amadeus, when he was called the Knight of the Burning Sword, which was one of the best swords that ever knight in the world possessed, for, besides having the said virtue, it cut like a razor, and there was no armour, however strong and enchanted it might be, that could resist it. Such is my luck, said Sancho, that even if that happened and your worship found some such sword, it would, like the balsam, turn out serviceable and good for dubbed knights only, and as for squires, they might sup sorrow. Fear not, Fear not that, Sancho, said Don Quixote. Heaven will deal better by thee. Thus talking, Don Quixote and his squire were going along, when, on the road that they were following, Don Quixote perceived approaching them a large and thick cloud of dust. On seeing which, he turned to Sancho and said, This is the day, Sancho, on which will be seen. All right, I should probably upgrade my follower goals. I'll do that. Probably at least when I finish this chapter. Seest thou that cloud of dust which rises yonder? Well, then, all that is churned up by a vast army composed of various and countless nations that comes marching there. According to that, there must be two, said Sancho, for on this opposite side also there rises just another such cloud of dust. Just such another cloud of dust. Don Quixote turned to look and found that it was true, and rejoicing exceedingly, he concluded that there were two armies about to engage and encounter in the midst of that broad plain. For at all times and seasons his fancy was full of the battles, enchantments, adventures, crazy feats, loves, and defiances that are recorded in the books of chivalry, and everything he said, thought, or did had reference to such things. Now the cloud of dust he had seen was raised by two great droves of sheep, coming along the same road in opposite directions, which, because of the dust, did not become visible until they drew near. But Don Quixote asserted so positively that they were armies that Sancho was led to believe it and say, Well, and what are we to do, señor? What? Said Don Quixote. Give aid and assistance to the weak, and those who need it, and thou must know, Sancho, that this which comes opposite to us is conducted and led by the mighty emperor Alifanfaron, lord of the great isle of Trapobana, and this other that marches behind me is that of his enemy, the king of Caramantes, Pentabolin of the bare arm, for he always goes into battle with his right arm bare. But why are these two lords such enemies? They are at enmity, replied Don Quixote, because this Alifanfaron is a furious pagan, and is in love with the daughter of Pentapolin, who is a very beautiful and moreover gracious lady, and a Christian, and her father is unwilling to bestow her upon the pagan king unless he first abandons the religion of his false prophet Mahomet, and adopts his own. By my beard, said Sancho, but Pentapolin does quite right, and I will help him as much I can. In that thou wilt do what is thy duty, Sancho, said Don Quixote, for to engage in battles of this sort is not requisite to be a dubbed knight. That I can well understand, answered Sancho. But where shall we put this ass, where I may be sure to find him after the fray is over? For I believe that it is not been the custom to go so far to go into battle on a beast of this kind. That is true, said Don Quixote. And what you said best do with him is to leave him, to take his chances whether he be lost or not. For the horses we shall have when we come out victors will be so many that even Rocinante will run a risk of being changed for another. But attend to me and observe, for I wish to give thee some account of the chief knights who accompany these two armies, and that thou mayest better see and mark. Let us withdraw to that hillock which rises yonder, whence both armies may be seen. They did so, and placed themselves on a rising ground, from which the top droves that Don Quixote made armies of might have been plainly seen if the clouds of dust they raised had not obscured them and blinded the sight. Nevertheless, seeing his imagination, what he did not see and what did not exist, he began thus in a loud voice. That knight thou seest yonder in yellow armor, who bears upon his shield a lion crowned, crouching at the feet of a damsel, is the valiant Lorcarco, lord of the Silver Bridge. That one in armor with flowers of gold, who bears his shield 3 crowns argent on an azure field, is the dreaded Micocolembo, Grand Duke of Hiroshia? Hiroshia. Yeah, we'll go with that. The other of gigantic frame on his right hand is the ever-dauntless Brandabarbaran of Bolish, lord of the three Aribas, who for armor wears that serpent skin, and has for a shield a gate, according to tradition, is one of those of the temple that Samson brought to the ground when by his death he revenged himself upon his enemies. But turn thine eyes to the other side, and thou shalt see in front and in the van of this other army the ever-victorious and never-vanquished Timonel of Carcona. Of Carcahona? Carcahona. Right? Prince of New Biscay, who comes in armor with arms quartered azure, vert, white and yellow, and bears on his shield a cat, or on a field tawny with a motto which says meow, which is the beginning of the name of his lady, which, according to report, is the peerless Miaulina, daughter of the Duke Alfiken of the Algarve, the other who burdens and presses the loins of that powerful charger, and presses arms, and bears arms white as snow, and a shield blank and without any device, is a novice knight, a Frenchman by birth, Pierre Papin by name, lord of the baronies of Utrecht. Utrecht. Dutch? Whatever. That other, who with iron-shod heels strikes the flanks of that nimble party-coloured zebra, and for arms bears azure vert, is the mighty Duke of Nerbia, Esparta Filardo del Bosque, who bears for device on his shield an asparagus plant with a motto in Castilian that says, Rastremi surete. And so he went on, naming a number of knights of one squadron and the other out of his imagination. To all he assigned offhand their arms, colours, devices, and mottos, carried away by the illusions of his unheard-of craze, and without a pause he continued, People of divers nations compose this squadron in front. Here are those that drink of the sweet waters of the famous Xanthus, those that scour the woody Massilian plains, those that sift the pure fine gold of Arabia Felix, those that enjoy the famed cool banks of the crystal Thermodon, those that in many and various ways divert the streams of the golden Pactolus, the Numidians, faithless in their promises, and the Persians renowned in archery, the Parthians and the Medes that fight as they fly, the Arabs that ever shift their dwellings, the Scythians as cruel as they are fair, the Ethiopians with pierced lips, and an infinity of other nations whose features I recognize and descry, though I cannot recall their names. In this other squadron there come those that drink of the crystal streams of the olive-bearing Betis, those that make smooth their countenance with the water of the ever-rich and golden Tagus, those that rejoice in the fertilizing flow of the divine Genil, those that roam the Tartesian plains abounding in pasture, those that take their pleasure in the Elysian meadows of Jerez, the rich Manchegans crowned with ruddy ears of corn, the wearers of iron old relics of the Gothic race, those that bathe in the Pisuerga, renowned for its gentle current, those that feed their herds along the spreading pastures of the winding Guadiana, famed for its hidden course, those that tremble with the cold of the pine-clad Pyrenees, or the dazzling snow of the lofty Apennine. In a word, as many as all Europe includes and contains. Good God! What a number of countries and nations he named, giving to each its proper attributes with a marvelous readiness, brimful and saturated with what he had read in his lying books. Sancho Panza hung upon his words without speaking, and from time to time turned to try if he could see the knights and giants his master was describing. And as he could not make out one of them, he said to him, Signor, devil take it if there's a sign of any man you talk of, knight or giant. The whole thing, maybe it's all enchantment, like the phantoms last night. How canst thou say that? Answered Don Quixote. Dost thou not hear the neighing of the steeds, the braying of the trumpets, and the roll of the drums? I hear nothing but a great bleating of ewes and sheep, said Sancho, which was true, for by this time the two flocks had come close. Then fear thou art in, Sancho, said Don Quixote. Prevents thee from seeing and hearing correctly. prevents thee from seeing or hearing correctly. For one of the effects of fear is to derange the senses and make things appear different from what they are. If thou art in such fear, withdraw to one side and leave me to myself, for alone I suffice to bring victory to that side to which I shall give my aid. And so saying, he gave Rocinante the spur, and putting the lance in rest, shot down the slope like a thunderbolt. Sancho shouted after him, crying, "Come back, Señor Don Quixote! I vow to God that they are sheeps and ewes you are charging! Come back! Unlucky the father that begot me! What madness is this? Look, there is no giant, nor knights, nor cats, nor arms, nor shields quartered, nor whole, nor fair azure or bedeviled. What are you about, sinner that I am before God?" But not for all these entreaties did Don Quixote turn back. On the contrary, he went on shouting, "Ho, knights! Ye who follow and fight under the banners of the valiant Emperor Pentapolin of the Bare Arm, follow me all! He shall see how easily I shall give him his revenge over his enemy, Alfiferon of the Trapobana." So saying, he dashed into the midst of the squadron of ewes, and began spearing them with such might and intrepidity as if he were transfixing mortal enemies in earnest. The shepherds and drovers accompanying the flock shouted to him to desist. Seeing it was no use, they ungirt their slings and began to salute his ears with stones as big as one's fists. Don Quixote gave no heed to the stones, but letting drive right and left, kept saying, "Where art thou, proud Alifanfaron? Come before me, I am a single knight, who would fain prove thy prowess hand to hand, and make thee yield thy life a penalty for the wrong thou dost to the valiant Pentapolin Garamanta." Here came a sugar plum from the brook that struck him on the side, and buried a couple of his ribs in his body. Feeling himself so smitten, he imagined himself slain or badly wounded for certain, and recollecting his liquor, he drew out his flask, and putting it to his mouth, began to pour the contents into his stomach. But ere had he succeeded in swallowing what seemed him enough, then another almond which struck him on the hand and on the flask so fairly that it smashed to pieces, knocking 3 or 4 teeth and grinders out of his mouth in the course, and sorely crushing 2 fingers in his hand. Such was the force of the first blow and of the second, that the poor knight, in spite of himself, came down backwards off his horse. The shepherds came up, and felt sure they killed him, so in all haste they collected their flock together, took up the dead beasts, of which there were more than 7, and made off without waiting to ascertain anything further. All this time Sancho stood on the hill watching the crazy feats of his master when was performing, and tearing his beard and cursing the hour and the occasion when fortune had made him acquainted with him. Seeing him then brought to the ground, and that the shepherds had taken themselves off, he ran to him and found him in a very bad case, although not unconscious. And said he, "Did I not tell you to come back, Señor Don Quixote, and that what you were going to attack were not armies, but droves of sheep?" "That's how that thief of a sage, my enemy, can alter and falsify things," answered Don Quixote. "Thou must know, Sancho, that it is a very easy matter of those of his sort to make us believe what they choose. And this malignant being who persecutes me, envious of the glory he knew I was to win in this battle, had turned the squadrons of the enemy into droves of sheep. At any rate, do this much, I beg of thee, Sancho, to undeceive thyself, and see that what I say is true. Mount thy ass and follow them quietly, and thou shalt see, when they have gone some little distance from this fray, they will return to their original shape, and ceasing to be sheep, become men in all respects, as I described them to thee at first. But go not just yet, for I want thy help and assistance. Come hither and see how many of my teeth and grinders are missing, for I feel as if there is not one left in my mouth." Sancho came so close that he almost put his eye into his mouth, and just now at that very moment the balsam had acted on the stomach of Don Quixote. So, at the very instant when Sancho came to examine his mouth, he discharged all its contents with more force than a musket, and full into the beard of this compassionate squire. "Holy Mary!" cried Sancho. "What is this that has happened to me? Clearly this sinner is mortally wounded, as he vomits blood from the mouth." But considering the matter a little more closely, he perceived the color, taste, and smell, that it was not blood, but the balsam from the flask which he had seen him drink. And he was taken with such a loathing that his stomach turned, and he vomited up vomited up his inside over his very master, and both were left in a precious state. Sancho ran to the ass to get something wherewith to clean himself and relieve his master out of his alforjas, but not finding them, he well nigh took leave of his senses and cursed himself anew, and in his heart resolved to quit his master and return home, even though he forfeited the wages of his service and all hopes of the promised island. Don Quixote now rose, and putting his left hand to his mouth to keep his teeth from falling out altogether, with the other he laid hold of the bridle of Rocinante, who had never stirred from his master's side, so loyal and well behaved he is. He betook himself to where the squire stood leaning over his ass with his hand to his cheek, like one in deep dejection. Seeing him in this mood, looking so sad, Don Quixote said to him, "Bear in mind, Sancho, that one man is no more than another, unless he does more than another. All the tempests that fall upon us are signs of fair weather coming shortly. All these and things will all go well for us, for it is impossible for good or evil to last forever. And hence it follows that the evil having lasted so long, the good must be now nigh at hand. So thou must not distress thyself with the misfortunes which happen to me. Thou hast no share in them." "How have I not?" replied Sancho. "When he whom they blanketed yesterday perchance at any other than my father's son, and the alforjas are missing today with all my treasures, did they not belong to any other but myself?" "What? The alforjas are missing, Sancho?" said Don Quixote. "Yes, they are missing," answered Sancho. "In that case we have nothing to eat today," replied Don Quixote. "It would be so," answered Sancho, "if there were none of the herbs, as your worship says you know in these meadows. Those with which knights errant as unlucky as your worship, they are wont to supply such like shortcomings." "For all that," answered Don Quixote, "I would rather have now just a quarter of a bread, or a loaf and a couple of pilchards' heads, than all the herbs described by Dioscorides, even with Dr. Languana's notes. Nevertheless, Sancho the Good, mount thy beast and come along with me, for God, who provides for all things, will not fail us, for especially when we are so active in his service as we are, since he fails not the midges of the air, nor the grubs of the earth, nor the tadpoles of the water, and is so merciful he maketh his sun to rise on the good and on the evil, and sendeth rain on the unjust and on the just." "Your worship would make a better preacher than knight-errant," said Sancho. "Knights-errant knew and ought to know everything, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "for there were knights-errant in former times as well qualified to deliver a sermon or discourse in the middle of an encampment as if they had graduated in the University of Paris, whereby we may see that the lance has never blunted the pen, nor the pen the lance." "But be it as your worship says," replied Sancho. "Let us be off now and find some place of shelter for the night, and God grant it may be somewhere where there are no blankets, nor blanketeers, nor phantoms, nor enchanted Moors, for if there are, may the devil take the whole concern." "Ask that of God, my son," said Don Quixote, "and do thou lead on where thou wilt. For this time I leave our lodging to thy choice. But reach me here thy hand, and feel with thy fingers, and find out how many teeth of my teeth and grinders are missing from the right side of the upper jaw, for it is where I feel the pain." Sancho put in his fingers, and feeling about, asked him, "How many grinders used your worship have on this side?" "4," replied Don Quixote, "besides the back tooth, all whole and quite sound. Mind what you are saying, señor. I say 4, not 5, for never in my life have I had a tooth or grinder drawn, nor has any fallen out or been destroyed by any decay or rheum." "Well then," said Sancho, In this lower side your worship has no more than 2 grinders and a half, and in the upper neither a half nor any at all, for it is all as smooth as the palm of my hand. Luckless that I am, said Don Quixote. Hearing the sad news his squire gave him, I had rather they despoiled me of an arm, for it were not the sword arm. For I tell thee, Sancho, a mouth without teeth is like a mill without a millstone, and a tooth is much more to be prized than a diamond. But we who profess the austere order of chivalry are liable to this. Mount, my friend, and lead the way, and I will follow thee at whatever pace thou wilt. Sancho did as he bade him, and proceeded in the direction in which he thought he might find refuge without quitting the high road, which was very much frequented. As they went along at a slow pace, for the pain in Don Quixote's jaws kept him uneasy and ill-disposed for speed, Sancho thought it well to amuse and divert him by talk of some kind, and among the things he said to him was that which will be told in the following chapter. Chapter 19. Of the shrewd discourse of which Sancho held with his master, and of the adventure that befell him with a dead body, together with other notable occurrences. It seems to me, Signor, that all these mishaps that have befallen us of late have been without any doubt a punishment of the offense committed by your worship against the order of chivalry in not keeping the oath you made not to eat bread off a tablecloth or embrace the queen, and all the rest of it that your worship swore to observe until you had taken the helmet of Maledrinos, or whatever the Moor is called, for I do not very well remember. That is very right, Sancho, said Don Quixote, but it is hard to tell. It had escaped my memory, and likewise thou mayest rely upon it the affair of the blanket happened to thee because of thy fault in not reminding me of it in time. But I will make amends, for there are ways of compounding for everything in the order of chivalry. Aye, have I taken an oath of some sort, then? Said Sancho. It matters not that thou hast not taken an oath, said Don Quixote. Suffice it that I see thou art not quite clear of complicity, and whether or no, it will not be ill done to provide ourselves with a remedy. In that case, said Sancho, mind that your worship does not forget this as you did the oath. Perhaps the phantoms may take it to their heads to amuse themselves once more with me, or even with your worship if they see you so obstinate. While engaged in this and other talk, night overtook them on the road before they had reached and discovered any place of shelter. And what made it worse was they were dying of hunger, for with the loss of the Alforjas, they had lost their entire larder and commissariat, probably. And to complete the misfortune, they met with an adventurer which without any invention had really the appearance of one. It so happened that the night closed in somewhat darkly, but for all that they pushed on, Sancho was feeling that as the road was the king's highway, they might reasonably expect to find some inn within a league or two. And going along in this way, the night dark, the squire hungry, the master sharp set, they saw coming towards them on a road were traveling a great number of lights, which looked exactly like stars in motion. Sancho was taken aback at the sight of them, nor did Don Quixote altogether relish them. The one pulled up his ass by the halter, the other his hack by the bridle, and they stood still, watching anxiously to see what all this would turn out to be, and found that the lights were approaching them, and the nearer they came, the greater they seemed to be. At which spectacle Sancho began to shake like a man dosed with mercury, and Don Quixote's hair stood on end. He, however, plucking up spirit a little, said, "This, no doubt, Sancho, will be the most mighty and perilous adventure. in which it will be needful for me to put forth all my valor and resolution. Oh, unlucky me, answered Sancho, if this adventure happens to be one of the phantoms, as I am beginning to think it is. Where shall I find the ribs to bear it? Be they phantoms ever so much, said Don Quixote, I will not permit them to touch the thread of thy garments. For if they played tricks with thee the time before, it was because I was unable to leap the walls of the yard. But now we are on a wide plain, where I shall be able to wield my sword as I please. And if they enchant and cripple you as they did last time, what difference will it make, being on the open plain or not? For all that, replied Don Quixote, I entreat thee, Sancho, to keep a good heart, for experience will tell thee what mine is. I will, God, answered Sancho, and the two, retiring to one side of the road, set themselves to observe closely what all these moving lights might be, and very soon afterwards they made out some 20 encamisados, all on horseback with lighted torches in their hands, the awe-inspiring aspect of whom completely extinguished the courage of Sancho, who began to chatter with his teeth like one in the cold fit of an ague. And his heart sank and his teeth chattered still more when they perceived distinctly that behind him there came a litter covered with black, and followed by 6 more mounted figures in mourning, draw down to the very feet of their mules. For they could perceive plainly that they were not horses by the easy pace at which they went. And as the encamisados came along, they muttered to themselves in a low, plaintive tone. This strange spectacle at such an hour and in such a solitary place was quite enough to strike terror into Sancho's heart, and even into his master's, and, save in Don Quixote's case, did so. For all Sancho's resolution had now broken down, and it was just the opposite of his master, whose imagination immediately conjured up all this to him vividly as one of those adventures of his books. To have another quick sip. Yeah, that's better. Halt, knights, and whosoever ye may be, and render me account of who ye are, whence ye come, where ye go, what it is ye carry upon that bier. For to judge by appearances, either ye have done some wrongs, or some wrong has been done to you, and it is fitting and necessary that I should follow, either that I may chastise you for the evil ye have done, or else that I might avenge you for the injury that has been inflicted upon you. We are in haste, answered one of the encamisados, and the inn is far off, and we cannot stop to render you such an account as you demand. And spurring his mule, he moved on. Don Quixote was mightily provoked by this answer, and seizing the mule by the bridle, he said, Halt, and be more mannerly, and render an account of which I have asked you, else take my defiance to combat, all of you. The mule was shy, and so frightened at her bridle being seized that, rearing up, she flung her rider to the ground over her haunches. An attendant who was on foot, seeing the encamisado fall, began to abuse Don Quixote, who, now moved to anger, and without any more ado, laying his lance in rest, charged one of the men in mourning, and brought him badly wounded to the ground. And as he wheeled around upon the others, the agility with which he attacked and routed them was a sight to see, for it seemed just as if wings at that instant grown upon Rocinante. So lightly and proudly did he bear himself. The encamisados were all timid folk, and unarmed, and so they speedily made their escape from the fray, and set off at a run across the plain with their lighted torches, looking exactly like maskers running on some gala or festival night. The mourners, too, enveloped and swathed in their skirts and gowns, were unable to bestir themselves. And so, with entire safety to himself, Don Quixote belaboured them all, and drove them off against their will. For they all thought it was no man but a devil from hell come to carry away the dead body that they had in the litter. Sancho beheld all this in astonishment at the intrepidity of his lord, and said to himself, Clearly this master of mine is as bold and valiant as he says he is. Yes, of course. Oh, good heavens. A burning torch lay on the ground near the first man whom the mule had thrown, by the light of which Don Quixote perceived him, and coming up to him, he presented the point of the lance to his face, calling on him to yield himself prisoner, or else he would kill him, to which the prostrate replied, I am prisoner enough, sir, as I cannot stir, for one of my legs is broken. I entreat you, if you be a Christian gentleman, not to kill me, which will be committing grave sacrilege, for I am licentiate. I hold first orders. Then what the devil brought you here, being a churchman? Said Don Quixote. What, senor? Said the other. My bad luck. Then still worse fate awaits you, said Don Quixote, if you do not satisfy me as to all I asked you at first. Shall soon be satisfied, said the licentiate. You must know, then, that though just now I said I was a licentiate. Licentiate? That sounds right. I am only a bachelor, and my name is Alonso Lopez. I am a native of Alcobendas. I come from the city of Beja, with 11 others, priests, the same who fled with the torches, and we are going to the city of Segovia, accompanying a dead body, which is in that litter. And it is that of a gentleman who died in Beja, where he was interred. And now, as I said, we are taking his bones to their burial place, which is in Segovia, where he was born. And who killed him? Asked Don Quixote. God, by means of a malignant fever that took him. In that case, said Don Quixote, the Lord has relieved me of the task of avenging his death. Had any other slain him? But he who slew him, having slain him, there is nothing for it but to be silent, and shrug one's shoulders. I should do the same were he to slay myself. And I would have your reverence know that I am a knight of La Mancha, Don Quixote by name, and it is my business and calling to roam the world, righting wrongs and redressing injuries. I do not know how that about righting wrongs can be, said the bachelor, for from straight you have made me crooked, leaving me with a broken leg that will never see itself straight all the days of its life. And the injury you have redressed in my case has been to leave me injured in such a way that I shall remain injured forever. And at the height of misadventure it was to fall in with you, who go in search of adventures. Things do not all happen in the same way, answered Don Quixote. It all came, Sir Bachelor Alonso Lopez, of your going, as you did by night, dressed in those surplices, with lighted torches, praying, covered in mourning, that so naturally you looked like something evil and of the other world, and so I could not avoid doing my duty in attacking you. I should have attacked you even had I known positively that you were the very devils of hell, for I certainly believed and took you to be. As my fate has so willed it, said the bachelor, I entreat you, Sir Knight-errant, whose errand has been such an evil one for me, to help me to get me from under this mule that holds one of my legs caught between the stirrup and the saddle. I would have talked on till tomorrow. How long were you going to wait before telling me of your distress? He at once called to Sancho, who, however, had no mind to come, as he was just engaged in unloading a sumpter mule, well laden with provender, which these worthy gentlemen had brought with them. Sancho made a bag of his coat, and getting together as much as he could, and as the bag would hold, he loaded his beast, then hastened to obey his master's call, and helped him to remove the bachelor from under the mule. Then putting him on her back, he gave him the torch, and Don Quixote bade him follow the track of his companions, and beg pardon of them on his part for the wrong which he could not help doing them. And, said Sancho, if by chance these gentlemen should want to know who was the hero that served them, your worship may tell them that he is the famous Don Quixote of La Mancha, otherwise called the Knight of the Rueful Countenance. The bachelor then took his departure. I forgot to mention that before he did so, he said to Don Quixote, remember that you stand excommunicated for having laid violent hands on a holy thing. Puta illud sequi studente diabolo. I do not understand Latin, answered Don Quixote, but I know well that I did not lay hands, only this pike. Besides, I did not think I was committing an assault upon priests or things of the church, which, like a Catholic and faithful Christian as I am, I respect and revere, but upon phantoms and spectres of the other world. But even so, I remember how it fared with Cedroy Diaz, when he broke the chair of the ambassador that king before his holiness the Pope, who excommunicated him the very same, and yet the good Roderick of Vivar bore himself that day like a very noble and valiant knight. On hearing this, the bachelor took his departure, as has been said, without making any reply. And Don Quixote, said Sancho, who had induced him to call him the Knight of the Rueful Countenance, more than then at any other time. Alright, you know what? I should probably going to take a quick copy of that, and let's go see what this is. Yeah, I need. Ah, hear it if anyone persuading the devil. Maybe. Perhaps. Anyway. I will tell you, answered Sancho. It was because I have been looking at you for some time by the light of the torch, by that unfortunate, and verily your worship has got of late the most ill-favoured countenance I ever saw. It must be either owing to the fatigue of this combat, or else to the want of teeth and grinders. It is not that, replied Don Quixote, but because the sage whose duty it will be to write the history of my achievements must have thought it proper that I should take some distinctive names, as all knights of yore did. One being he of the burning sword, another he of the unicorn, this one he of the damsels, that he of the phoenix, another the knight of the griffin, and another he of the death. And by these names and designations they were known all the world round. And so I say that the sage aforesaid must have put it into your mouth and mind just now to call me the Knight of the Rueful Countenance, as I intend to call myself from this day forward, and that the said name may fit me better, I mean, than when the opportunity offers, to have a very rueful countenance painted on my shield. There is no occasion, Señor, for wasting time or money on making that countenance, said Sancho. For all that need be done is for your worship to show your own face to face to those who look at you, and without anything more, either image or shield, they will call you him of the rueful countenance. And believe me, I am telling you the truth, I assure you, Señor. And, in good part be it said, hunger and the loss of your grinders have given you such an ill-favoured face, that, as I say, the rueful picture may be very well spared. Don Quixote laughed at Sancho's pleasantry. Nevertheless, he resolved to call himself by that name, and have his shield or buckler painted as he devised. Don Quixote would have looked to see whether the body in the litter were bones or not, but Sancho would not have it, saying, Señor, you have ended this perilous adventure more safely for yourself than any of those I have seen. Perhaps these people, though beaten and routed, may bethink themselves that it is a single man that has beaten them, and feeling sore and ashamed of it may take heart, and come in search of us, and give us trouble enough. The ass in proper trim, the mountains are near at hand, the hunger presses, we have nothing more to do, but to make good of our retreat, and, saying is, the dead to the grave, and the living to the loaf. And, driving his ass before him, he begged his master to follow, who, feeling that Sancho was right, did so without replying, and after proceeding some little distance between two hills, they found themselves in a wide and retired valley, where they alighted, and Sancho unloaded his beast, and stretched upon the green grass, with hunger for sauce, they breakfasted, dined, and lunched, and supped, all at once, satisfying their appetites with more than one store of cold meat, which the dead man's clerical gentlemen, who seldom put themselves on short allowance, had brought with them on their sumpter mule. But another piece of ill luck befell them when Sancho held the worst of all, that they had no wine to drink, nor even water to moisten their lips. And as thirst tormented them, Sancho, observing that the meadow where they were was full of green and tender grass, said what will be told in the following chapter. Chapter 20. Of the unexampled and unheard of adventure which was achieved by the valiant Don Quixote of La Mancha, with less peril than ever achieved by any famous knight in the world. It cannot be, Señor, but that this grass is proof that there must be hard by some spring or brook to give it moisture. So it would be well to move a little farther on, that we may find some place where we may quench this terrible thirst that plagues us. which beyond a doubt is more distressing than hunger. The advice seemed good to Don Quixote, and he, leading Rocinante by the bridle and Sancho the ass by the halter, he had packed away upon him the remains of the supper. They advanced the meadow, feeling their way, for the darkness of the night made it impossible to see anything. But they had not gone 200 paces when a loud noise of water, as if falling from great rocks, struck their ears. The sound cheered them greatly, but halting to make out by listening from what quarter it came, they heard unseasonably another noise which spoiled the satisfaction of the sound of the water gave them, especially for Sancho, who was by nature timid and faint-hearted. They heard, I say, strokes with a measured beat, and a certain rattling of iron and chains, together with the furious din of water, would have struck terror into any heart but Don Quixote's. The night was, as has been said, dark, and they had happened to reach a spot in among some tall trees, whose leaves, stirred by a gentle breeze, made a low, ominous sound, so that with all the solitude, the place, and darkness, the noise of water, and the rustling of the leaves, everything inspired awe and dread. More especially as they perceived that the strokes did not cease, nor the wind lull, nor morning approach. To all which might be added their ignorance as to where they were. But Don Quixote, supported by his intrepid heart, leaped on Rocinante, and bracing his buckler on his arm, brought his pike to the slope, and said, "Friend Sancho, know that I, by heaven's will have been born in our iron age to revive in it the age of gold. Or the golden, as it was called. I am he for whom perils, mighty achievements, and valiant deeds are reserved. I say again, he was to revive the knights of the Round Table, the 12 of France and the 9 worthies, and he is to consign to oblivion the Platiers, the Tablantes, the Olivantes, and the Tirantes, the Phoebuses, and the Bellianises. Bellianises? Whatever. With the whole herd of famous knights errant of days gone by, performing in these in which I live such exploits, marvels, and feats of arms as shall obscure their brightest deeds. Thou dost mark well, faithful and trusty squire, the gloom of this night, strange silence, the dull, confused murmur of those trees, the awful sound of that water, in quest of which we came, though it seems as though it were precipitating and dashing itself down from the lofty mountains of the moon, and that incessant hammering that wounds and pains our ears, which things altogether, and each of life itself, are enough to instill fear, dread, and dismay into the breast of Mars himself. Much more into one not used to hazards and adventures of the kind. Well then, all this that I put before thee is but an incentive and stimulant to my spirit, making my heart burst in my bosom through eagerness to engage in this adventure, arduous as it promises to be. Therefore, tighten Rocinante's girths a little, and God be with thee. Wait for me here 3 days, and no more, and if in that time I come not back, thou canst return to our village, and thence to do me a favour and service that will go to El Toboso, where thou shalt say to my incomparable lady Dulcinea that her captive knight hath died in attempting things that might make him worthy of being called hers." When Sancho heard his master's words, he began to weep in the most pathetic way. "Señor, I know not why your worship wants to attempt this so dreadful adventure. It is night now. No one sees us here. We can easily turn about and take ourselves out of danger, even if we don't drink for 3 days to come. And as there is no one to see us, all the less will there be anyone to set us down as cowards. Besides, I have a time heard the curate of our village, whom your worship knows well, preach that he who seeks danger perishes in it. So it is not right to tempt God by trying so tremendous a feat, from which there can be no escape save by a miracle. And heaven has performed enough of them for your worship in delivering you from the blanketed as I was, and bringing you out victorious and safe and sound from among all those that were with the dead man. From among all those enemies that were with the dead man. And if all this does not move or soften that hard heart, let this thought and reflection move it, that you will have hardly quitted this spot, when from pure fear I shall yield my soul up to anyone that will take it. I left home and wife and children to come and serve your worship, trusting to do better and not worse. But as covetous bursts the bag, but as covetousness bursts the bag, it has rent my hopes asunder. For just as I had them highest about getting that wretched unlucky island your worship has so often promised me, I see that instead, and in lieu of it, you mean to desert me now in a place so far from human reach. For God's sake, master mine, do not so unjustly by me, and if your worship will not entirely give up attempting this feat, at least put it off till morning. For by what the lore I learned when I was a shepherd tells me, I cannot want 3 hours of dawn now, because the mouth of the horn is overhead, and makes midnight in the line of the left arm. How canst thou see, said Don Quixote, where it makes that line, or where this mouth, or this occiput is that thou talkest of, when the night is so dark that there is not a star to be seen in the whole heaven? That's true, said Sancho, but fear has sharp eyes, and sees things underground, much more above in heavens. Besides, there is good reason to show that it now wants but little of day. Let it want what it may, replied Don Quixote, it shall not be said now of me now, or at any time, that tears or entreaties turned me aside from doing what was in accordance with knightly usage. And so I beg of thee, Sancho, to hold thy peace, for God, who has put it into my heart to undertake now this unexampled and terrible adventure, will take care to watch over my safety and console thy sorrow. What thou hast to do is tighten Rocinante's girths well, and wait here, for I shall come back shortly, alive or dead. Sancho, perceiving it his master's final resolve, and how little his tears, counsels, and entreaties prevailed with him, determined to have recourse to his own ingenuity, and compel him, if he could, to wait until daylight. And so, while tightening the girths of the horse, he quietly, and without being felt with his ass's halter, tied both of Rocinante's legs, so that when Don Quixote strove, he was unable, as the horse could only move by jumps. Seeing the success of this trick, Sancho Panza said, See there, señor! Heaven, moved by my tears and prayers, has ordered it that Rocinante cannot stir, and if you will be obstinate and spur and strike him, you will only provoke fortune and kick, as they say, against the pricks. Don Quixote at this grew desperate, and the more he drove his heels into the horse, the less he stirred him, and not having any suspicion of the tying, he was fain to resign himself and wait until daybreak, or until Rocinante could move, and firmly persuaded that all of this was to come of something other than Sancho's ingenuity. So he said to him, As it is so, Sancho, and as Rocinante cannot move, I am content to wait until dawn smiles upon us, even though I weep while it delays its coming. There is no need to weep, answered Sancho, for I will amuse your worship by telling stories from this till daylight, unless indeed you like to dismount and lie down to sleep a little on the green grass after the fashion of knights errant, so as to be fresher when the day comes and the moment arrives for attempting this extraordinary adventure you are looking forward to. What are thou talking about dismounting or sleeping for? Said Don Quixote. Am I, thinkest thou, one of those knights that take their rest in the presence of danger? Sleep thou who art born to sleep, or do as thou wilt, for I will act as I think more consistent with my character. Oh, be not angry, master mine, replied Sancho. I did not mean to say that, and in coming close to him, he laid one hand on the pommel of the saddle, and another on the cantle, so that he held his master's left thigh in his embrace, not daring to separate a finger's width from him, so much afraid he was of the strokes that still resounded with a regular beat. Don Quixote bade himself to tell some story to amuse him as he had proposed, to which Sancho replied that he would, if his dread of what he heard would let him. I'm going to have another quick sip. Still, said he, I will strive to tell a story, which, if I can manage to relate it, and nobody interferes with the telling, is the best of stories. And let your worship give me your attention, for here I begin. What was, and may the good that is to come be for all, and the evil for him who goes to look for it. Your worship must know that the beginning of the old folk used to put to their tales was not just as each one pleased, it was a maxim of Canto Zonzorino, the Roman, that says, the evil for him that goes to look for it. And it comes as pat to the purpose now as ring to finger, and show that your worship should be quiet and not go looking for evil in any quarter, and that we should go back by some other road, since nobody forces us to follow this in which so many terrors affright us. Go on with thy story, Sancho, said Don Quixote, and leave the choice of our road to my care. I say then, continued Sancho, that in a village of Estremadura there was a goat shepherd, that is to say, one who tended goats, which shepherd or goat herd, as my story goes, was called Lope Rui, and this Lope Rui was in love with the shepherdess called Toralva, whose shepherdess called Toralva was the daughter of a rich grazier. And this rich grazier, if that is the way thou tellest thy tale, Sancho, repeating twice all thou hast to say, thou wilt not have done these 2 days. Go straight on with it, and tell it like a reasonable man, or else say nothing. Tales are always told in my country in the very way I am telling this, answered Sancho, and I cannot tell it in any other, nor is it right of your worship to ask me to make new customs. Tell it then as thou wilt, replied Don Quixote, and as fate will have it that I cannot help listening to thee, go on. And so, lord of my soul, continued Sancho, as I have said, the shepherd was in love with Toralva, the shepherdess, who was a wild, buxom lass, with something of the look of a man about her, for she had little moustaches. I fancy I see her now. Then you knew her? Said Don Quixote. I did not know her, said Sancho, but he who told me the story said it was so true and certain, that when I told it to another I might safely declare and swear I had seen it all myself. And so, in course of time, the devil, who never sleeps and puts everything in confusion, contrived that the love of the shepherd bore the shepherdess turned into hatred and ill will. And the reason, according to evil tongues, was some little jealousy she caused him that crossed the line and trespassed on forbidden ground. And so much did the shepherd hate her from the time forward that, in order to escape from her, he determined to quit the country and go where he should never set eyes on her again. Toralva, when she found herself spurned by Lope, was immediately smitten with love for him, though she had never loved him before. That is the natural way of women, said Don Quixote, to scorn the one that loves them, and to love the one that hates them. Go on, Sancho. It came to pass, said Sancho, that the shepherd carried out his intention, and driving his goats before him, took his way across the plains of Estremadura, to pass over into the kingdom of Portugal. Toralva, who knew of it, went after him, and, on foot and barefoot, followed him at a distance, with a pilgrim staff in her hand and a scrip around her neck, in which she carried, it is said, a bit of looking-glass, and a piece of comb, and some little pot or other of paint for her face. And let her carry what she did. I am not going to trouble myself to prove it. All I say is, that the shepherd, they say, came with his flock to cross over the river of the Guadiana, which at that time swollen and almost overflowing at its banks. And at the spot he came to, there was neither ferry nor boat, nor anyone to carry him or his flock to the other side, at which he was much vexed, for he perceived that Toralva was approaching, and would give him great annoyance with her tears and entreaties. However, he went looking about so closely that he discovered a fisherman, who had alongside him a boat so small that it could only hold one person and one goat. But, for all that, he spoke to him and agreed with him to carry himself and his 300 goats across. The fisherman got into the boat and carried one goat over. He came back and carried another over. He came back again and again brought another over. Let your worship keep count of the goats the fisherman is taking across. For if it escapes the memory, there will be an end of the story, and it will be impossible to tell another word of it. To proceed, I must tell you, the landing place on the other side was miry and slippery, and the fisherman lost a great deal of time going and coming. Still he returned for another goat, and another. Take it for granted he brought them all across, said Don Quixote, and don't keep going and coming in this way, or thou wilt not end make an end of bringing them over this 12 months. How many have gone across so far? Said Sancho. Oh, how the devil do I know? Replied Don Quixote. There it is, said Sancho. What I told you, that you must keep a good count. Well then, by God, there is an end of the story. There is no going any further. How can that be? Is it so essential to the story to know a nicety of the goats that have crossed over, that if there be a mistake of one in the reckoning, thou canst not go on with it? No, señor, not a bit, replied Sancho. For when I asked your worship to tell me how many goats had crossed, and you answered you did not know, that very instant all I had to say passed away out of my memory. And faith, there was much virtue in it, and entertainment. So then, said Don Quixote, the story has come to an end. As much as my mother has, said Sancho. In truth, said Don Quixote, thou hast told one of the rarest stories, tales, or histories that anyone in the world could have imagined. And such a way of telling it and ending it was never seen, nor will be in a lifetime, though I expected nothing else from thy excellent understanding. But I do not wonder, for perhaps those ceaseless strokes may have confused thy wits. I'm going to have another sip of... All that may be, replied Sancho. But I know that as to my story, all that can be said is that it ends there where the mistake in the count of the passage of the goats begins. Let it end where it will, well and good, said Don Quixote, and let us see if Rocinante can go. And again he spurred him, and again Rocinante made jumps and remained where he was, so well tied was he. Just then, whether it was the cold of the morning that was now approaching, or that he had eaten something laxative at supper, or that it was only natural, as it was likely, Sancho felt a desire to do what no one could do for him. But so great was the fear that had penetrated his heart, he dared not separate himself from his master, and by so much as the black of his nail. To escape doing what he wanted was, however, also impossible. So what he did for peace's sake was to remove his right hand, which held the back of the saddle, and with it so gently untie and silently the running string, which alone held up his breeches, so that on loosening it, at once they fell down round his feet like fetters. He then raised his shirt as well as he could, and bared his hindquarters, not slim ones. But this accomplished what he fancied was all he had to do to get out of this terrible strait of embarrassment. Another still greater difficulty presented itself, for it seemed to him impossible to relieve himself without making some noise, and he ground his teeth and squeezed his shoulders together, holding his breath as much as he could. But in spite of his precautions, he was unlucky enough, after all, to make a little noise, very different from that which was causing him so much fear. Don Quixote, hearing it, said, What was that noise? What noise is that, Sancho? I do not know, señor, said he. It must be something new, for adventures and misadventures never begin with a trifle. And once more he tried his luck, and succeeding so well, but without further noise, he found himself quite relieved of the burden that had been giving him so much discomfort. But as Don Quixote's sense of smell was as acute as his hearing, and Sancho was so closely linked to him that as the fumes rose almost in a straight line, it could not be but that some should reach his nose, and as soon as they did, he came to its relief by compressing it to between his fingers, saying in a rather snuffing tone, Sancho, it strikes me thou art in great fear. I am, answered Sancho, but how does your worship perceive it now more than ever? Because just now thou smellest stronger than ever, and not of ambergris, answered Don Quixote. Very likely, said Sancho, but that's not my fault, but your worship's, for leading me at so unseasonable hours and at such unwonted places. Then go back 3 or 4, my friend, said Don Quixote, all the time with his fingers to his nose. And in the future pay more attention to thy person, and to what thou owest to mine, for it is my great familiarity with thee that has bred this contempt. I'll bet, replied Sancho, that your worship thinks I have done something I ought not with my person. It makes it worse to stir it, friend Sancho, replied Don Quixote. With this and other talk of the same sort, master and man passed the night, till Sancho, perceiving daybreak was coming on apace, very cautiously untied Rocinante and tied up his breeches. As soon Rocinante found himself free, though by nature he was not at all meddlesome, he seemed to feel lively, and began pawing, as for as to capering, begging his pardon, he knew not what it meant. Don Quixote then, observing Rocinante could move, took it as a good sign and a signal that he should attempt this dread adventure. By this time day had fully broken, and everything was showing distinctly. Don Quixote saw that he was among some tall trees, chestnuts, which cast a very deep shade. He perceived likewise that the sound of the strokes did not cease, but could not discover what caused it. And so, without further delay, he let Rocinante feel the spur. And once more taking leave of Sancho, he told him to wait there 3 days at most, as he said before, and if he should not have returned by that time, he might feel sure it had been God's will that he should end his days in that perilous adventure. He again repeated the message and commission with which he was to go on his behalf to his lady Dulcinea, and said he was not to be uneasy as to the payment of his services. For before leaving home he made his will, in which he would find himself fully recompensed in the matter of wages in due proportion to the time he had served. But if God delivered him safe, sound, and unhurt out of that danger, he might look upon that promised island as much more than certain. Sancho began to weep afresh upon hearing the affecting words of his good master, and resolved to stay with him until the final issue and end of the business. From these tears and this honorable resolve of Sancho Panza's, the author of this history infers that he must have been of good birth, and at least an old Christian, and the feelings he displayed touched his, but not so much as to make him show any weakness. On the contrary, hiding what he felt as well as he could, he began to move toward the quarter whence the sound of the water and the strokes seemed to come. Sancho followed him on foot, leading by the halter, as his custom was, his ass, his constant comrade in prosperity or adversity, and advancing some distance through the shady chestnut trees, they came upon a little meadow at the foot of some high rocks, down which a mighty rush of water flung itself, and at the foot of the rocks were some rudely constructed houses, looking more like ruins than houses. From among them which came, they perceived the din and clatter of blows, which continued without intermission. Rocinante took fright at the noise of the water and the blows, but quieting him, Don Quixote advanced step by step towards the houses, commending himself with all his heart to his lady, imploring her support in that dread pass and enterprise, and on the way commending himself to God too, not to forget him. Sancho, who never quitted his side, stretched his neck as far as he could, and peered between the legs of Rocinante to see if he could now discover what it was that caused him such fear and apprehension. They went, it might be 100 paces farther, when, on turning a corner, the true cause, beyond the possibility of any mistake, of that dread sound, and to them awe-inspiring noise that had kept them all the night in such fear and perplexity, appeared plain and obvious, and it was, if, reader, thou art not disgusted and disappointed, 6 fulling hammers, which by their alternate strokes made all the din. The fulling hammer. Hold on a second. Oh. I see. It's some type of mill. Fascinating. Anyway. What Don Quixote perceived it was, he was struck dumb and rigid from head to foot. Sancho glanced at him and saw him with his head bent down upon his breast in manifest mortification. And Don Quixote glanced at Sancho and saw him with his cheeks puffed out and his mouth full of laughter, evidently ready to explode with it, and in spite of his vexation, could not help laughing at the sight of him. And when Sancho saw his master begin, he let go so heartily that he had to hold his sides with both hands to keep himself from bursting with laughter. 4 times he stopped, and as many times did his laughter break out afresh, when the same violence as at first went, whereat Don Quixote grew furious. Above all, when he heard him say mockingly, "Thou must know, friend Sancho, that of heaven's will I was born in this our iron age." Sorry, hold on. "Thou must know, friend Sancho, above all, that of heaven's will was born in this our iron age, to revive it the golden age or age of gold. I am he for whom are reserved perils, mighty achievements, valiant deeds." And there he went on repeating the words which Don Quixote uttered the first time they heard the awful strokes. Don Quixote, then, seeing that Sancho was turning him into ridicule, was so mortified and vexed that he lifted up his pike and smote him with 2 blows of it. And smote him with 2 such blows that if, instead of catching him on the shoulders, he had caught them on the head, there would have been no wages to pay, unless indeed to his heirs. Sancho, seeing that he was getting an awkward return in earnest for his jest, and fearing his master might carry it on further, said to him very humbly, "Calm yourself, sir, for by God I am only joking." "Well, then, if you are joking, I am not," replied Don Quixote. "Look here, my lively gentleman, if instead of being fulling hammers, had there been some perilous adventure, have I not, think you, shown the courage required for the attempt and achievement? Am I, perchance being as I am, a gentleman, bound to know and distinguish sound and tell whether they come from fulling mills or not, and that, when perhaps is the case, I have never seen in my life, have never in my life seen any of them, any as you have, so poor as you are, that have been born and bred among men. But turn me these 6 hammers into giants, and bring them to beard me, one by one or all together, and if I do not knock them head over heels, then what mockery you like of me?" "No more of that, señor," returned Sancho. "I only went a little too far with the joke. But tell me, your worship, now that peace is made between us, and may God bring you out of all the adventures that may befall you as safe and sound as he has brought you out of this one. Was it not a thing to laugh at? And is it not a good story, the great fear we were in? At least, that I was in. For, as to your worship, I see that you neither know nor understand what fear or dismay is." Quick sip. "At any rate," said "I do not deny," said Don Quixote, "that what happened to us may be worth laughing at, but it is not worth making a story about, for it is not everyone that is as shrewd enough to hit the right point of a thing." "At any rate," said Sancho, "your worship knew how to hit the right point with your pike, aiming at my head and hitting on my shoulder on the shoulders, thanks be to God, that my own smartness in dodging it. But let that pass. All will come out in the scouring. For I have heard say, he loves thee well that makes thee weep, and moreover that it is the way with great lords, after any hard works, that they give a servant to give him a pair of breeches, though I do not know what they give after blows, unless it be that knights errant after blows give islands or kingdoms on the mainland." "It may be on the dice," said Don Quixote, "that all thou sayest will come true. Overlook the past, for thou art shrewd enough to know that our first movements are not in our own control. And one thing for the future bear in mind, that thou curb and restrain thy loquacity in my company. For in all the books of chivalry that I have read, and they are innumerable, I have never met a squire who talked so much to his lord as thou dost to thine. And in fact I feel it to be a great fault of thine and mine, that thou hadst so little respect for me of mine, that I do not make myself more respected." There was Gandalin, the squire of Amadeus of Gaul. There was the Count, that was Count of the Insula Firme. And we read of him that he always addressed his lord with his cap in his hand, and his head bowed down, and his body bent double, more torquesco. And that what way we say of Gazabal, the squire of Galor, who was so silent that in order to indicate to us the greatness of his marvelous taciturnity, his name is only once mentioned in the whole of that story, as long as it is truthful. From all I have said, thou wilt gather, Sancho, that there must be a difference between master and man, between lord and lackey, between knight and squire, and so that from this day forward in our intercourse we must observe more respect and take less liberties. For in whatever I may be provoked with you, it will be bad for the pitcher. The favors and benefits that I have promised you will come in due time, and if they do not, your wages will at least and if they do not, your wages at least will not be lost, as I have already told you. All that your worship says is very well, said Sancho. But I should like to know, in case the time of favors should not come, and it might be necessary to fall back upon wages, how much did the squire of the knight-errant get in those days, and did they agree by month or by the day, like bricklayers? I do not believe, replied Don Quixote, that squires were ever on wages, but were dependent on favor. And now that I have mentioned it, thine is the sealed will I have left. And and if I have now mentioned thine in the sealed will I have left at home, it was with a view to what may happen, for as yet I know not how chivalry will turn out in the wretched times of ours. I do not wish my soul to suffer for trifles in the other world. For I would have thee know, Sancho, that there is no condition more hazardous than that of the adventurers. That is true, said Sancho, since the mere noise of the hammers of a fulling can disturb and disquiet the heart of a valiant errant adventurer as your worship. But you may be sure I will not open my lips henceforward to make light of anything of your worship's, but only to honor you as my master and natural lord. By so doing, replied Don Quixote, shall thou live long on the face of the earth. For next to parents, masters are to be respected as though they were parents. All right, I might go do a quick intermission and grab a snack. I'll probably be back in about 10 minutes. Yeah, we'll go with 10 minutes. So I'm gonna flip to BRB, and I will be back. Go get some snacks. Carbonated soda. Oh, oh. Okay, I'm back. I had a bit of ice, and you know what, I might actually hang on. I think I've got some decoration. Um, Put a little extra light in here. Pillows. I should probably. There we go. All right. Let's see. Oh, son of a horse. I swear, I like this new cable that I got for my headphones because it actually, kind of works. Australian black. Australian licorices look like. A question? In the dark of the night, evil will find her. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Night just before dawn. End will be. And the curse complete. I see. Hmm. Not bad, but a little greasy. That one's the red one. Then I think I'm just gonna gather up the little not quite good and plenty, which are personally favorite.
I've always had a bit of black liquor clothes. And not everybody likes it. Perfectly fine. I'm of the humble opinion that you should not be faulting people there. Because some of them ended up evacuating from the inn because over. What can one do? First you get in the hand, but then you get in the cup. Eventually find your way into my gaping. And then where you end up afterwards. I'll infer, but I'm not going. I need to get myself like a proper reading. Who is it? So that I can plug that onto my. Because it just occurred to me, I have a bunch of CDs that I have yet to rip. Because I am a CD enthusiast. After all, physical. How does it go? I believe it was physical media is forever. Buy Laserdisc. Or something like that. Anyway. Delicious. Alright. I'll probably read another chapter or so, and then I might switch gears to Blasphemous. Because we've been reading for about a good 2.5 odd hours. At least barring our, our beginning chit-chat. Because it's not really a chit-chat, it's more I'm talking to the void and hoping that the void responds. Anyway, where was I? Chapter 21, which treats of the exalted adventure and rich prize of Mambrino's helmet. Together with other things that happened to our invincible knight. It now began to rain a little, and Sancho was going into the fulling mills, and Don Quixote had taken such abhorrence to them on account of the late joke, that he would not enter them on any account. So, turning aside to right, they came upon another road. Different from that which they had taken the night before. Shortly afterwards, Don Quixote perceived a man on horseback who bare on his head something that shone like gold. And that moment he saw him, he turned to Sancho and said, I think, Sancho, there is no proverb that is not true, all being maxims drawn from experience itself. And the mother of all the sciences, especially that one that says, where one door shuts, another opens. I say so because if last night fortune shut the door of the adventure we were looking for against us, and cheating us with the fulling mills, it now opens wide another one for another better and more certain adventure. And if I do not contrive to enter it, it will be my own fault, and I cannot lay it to my ignorance of fulling mills or the darkness of the night. I say this because, if I mistake not, there comes toward us one who wears on his head the helmet of Mambrino, concerning which I took the oath, thou rememberest. Mind what you say, your worship, and still more what you do, said Sancho, for I don't want any more fulling mills to finish off fulling and knocking our senses out. What devil take thee, man, said Don Quixote. What has a helmet to do with fulling mills? I do not know, replied Sancho, but faith, I might speak as I used. Perhaps I could give such reasons that your worship would see you were mistaken in what you say. How can I be mistaken in what I say, unbelieving traitor? Returned Don Quixote. Tell me, seest thou not yonder knight coming toward us on a dappled grey steed, who has upon his head a helmet of gold? What I see and make out is only a man on a gray ass like my own, who has something that shines on his head. Oh. No. Andy. Oh. Sorry, I was just rolling it in my thumb. Well, that is the helmet of Mambrino, said Don Quixote. Stand to one side and leave me alone with him. Thou shalt see how, without saying a word, to save time, I shall bring this adventure to an issue and possess myself of the helmet I have so longed for. I will care to stand aside, said Sancho, but God grant, I say once more, that it may be marjoram and not fulling mills. I have told thee, brother, on no account to mention these fulling mills to me again, said Don Quixote, or I vow, and I say no more, I'll full the soul out of you. Sancho held his peace in dread lest his master should carry out the vow he had hurled like a bowl at him. The fact of the matter as regards the helmet, steed, and knight that Don Quixote saw was this. In that neighborhood there were 2 villages, one of them so small that it had neither an apothecary shop nor barber, which the other there was close to it had, so the barber and the larger served the smaller. And in it there was a sick man who required to be bled, and another man who wanted to be shaved, and on this errand the barber was going, carrying with him a brass basin. But as luck would have it, he was on his way, it began to rain, and not to spoil his hat, which probably was a new one, he put the basin on the head, and being clean it glittered, and at a half league's distance. It glittered at a half league's distance. He rode upon a grey ass, as Sancho said, and this was what it made it seem to Don Quixote to be a dapple grey steed, and a knight in a golden helmet. For everything he saw he made it to fall in with his crazy chivalry and ill-errant notions, and when he saw the poor knight draw near, without entering into any parley with him, at Rocinante's top speed he bore down upon him with the pike pointed low, determined fully to run him through and through, and as he reached him, without checking the fury of his charge, he cried to him, Defend thyself, miserable being, or yield me of thine own accord that which is so reasonably my due. The barber, who, without any expectation or apprehension of it, saw this apparition coming down upon him, had no other way of saving himself from the stroke of the lance but to let himself fall off his ass, and no sooner had he touched the ground than he sprang up more nimbly than a deer, and sped away across the plain faster than the wind. He left the basin on the ground, with which Don Quixote contented himself, saying that the pagan had shown his discretion and imitated the beaver, which, finding itself pressed by the hunters, bites and cuts off with its teeth that for which by natural instinct it knows it is pursued. He told Sancho to pick up the helmet, and he, taking it in his hand, said, By gods, the basin is a good one, for the real real of 8 if it was worth a meravedis, and handed it to his master, who immediately put it on his head, turning it round, and now this way, now that, in search of a fitment, and not finding it, he said, clearly the pagan to whose measure this famous headpiece was first forged must have had a very large head. But the worst of it is half of it is wanting. When Sancho heard him call the basin a headpiece, he was unable to restrain his laughter, but remembering his master's wrath, he checked himself in the midst of it. What art thou now laughing at, Sancho? Said Don Quixote. I am laughing, said he, to think of the great head of the pagan must have been to who had owned this helmet, for it looks exactly like a regular barber's basin. Thus I know what I suspect, Sancho, said Don Quixote, that this wonderful piece of this enchanted helmet must be, by some strange accident, have come into the hands of someone who was unable to recognize or realize its virtue, and who, not knowing what he did, seeing it to be of the purest gold, must have melted down one half for the sake of what it might be worth, and the other half this, which is like a barber's basin, as thou sayest, and be that as it may, to me who recognize it, its transformation makes no difference, for I will set it to rights at the first village where there is a blacksmith, and in such style that the helmet the god of smithies forged for the god of battles shall not surpass it, nor or even come up to it. And in the meantime I will wear it as well as I can, for something is better than nothing. All the more it will be quite enough to protect me from any chance blow of a stone. That is, said Sancho, if it is not shot with a sling, as they were in the battle of the two armies, when they signed the cross on your worship's grinders, and smashed the flask with that blessed draught that had made me vomit my bowels up. It does not grieve me much to have lost it, said Don Quixote, for thou knowest, Sancho, that I have the receipt in my memory. So have I, answered Sancho, but if I ever make it, or try it again as long as I live, may this be my last hour. Moreover, I have no intention of putting myself in the way of wanting it, for I mean... with all my five senses, to keep myself from being wounded or from wounding anyone. As to be blanketed again, I say nothing. For it is hard to prevent mishaps of that sort, and if they come there, is nothing for it but to squeeze our shoulders together, hold our breath, shut our eyes, and let ourselves go where luck and the blanket may send us. Thou art a bad Christian, Sancho, said Don Quixote on hearing this. For once an injury has been done, thou never forgettest it. But no, that is the part of the noble and generous heart, not to attach importance to trifles. What lame hast thou got by it? What broken rib? What cracked head? That thou canst not forget that jest. For jest and sport it was, properly regarded, and I had not seen it at that light, I would have returned and done more mischief in revenging thee than the Greeks did for the rape of Helen, who, if she were alive now, or if my Dulcinea had lived then, might defend upon it she would not be so famous for her beauty as she is. And here he heaved a sigh, and sent it aloft. And, said Sancho, let it pass for a jest, as it cannot be revenged in earnest. But I know what sort of jest and earnest it was, and I know it will never be rubbed out of my memory any more than off my shoulders. But putting that aside, will your worship tell me what do we do with this dapple-graced deed that looks like a grey ass? Which what Martino, what your worship overthrew, has left deserted here. For, from the way he took to his heels and bolted, he is not likely ever to come back here, and by my beard, but the grey is a good one. I have never been in the habit, said Don Quixote, of taking spoil of those whom I vanquished, nor is it the practice of chivalry to take away their horses. And leave them to go on foot, unless it is indeed be that the victor have lost his own in combat, in which case it is lawful to take that of the vanquished as a thing won in a lawful war. Therefore, Sancho, leave this horse or ass or whatever thou wilt have it be, for when its owner sees us gone hence, he will come back for it. God knows that I should like to take it, returned Sancho, or at least change it for mine own, which does not seem to me a good one. Verily, the laws of chivalry are strict, since they cannot be stretched to let one ass be changed for another. I should like to know if I might at least change trappings. On that head I am not quite certain, answered Don Quixote, and the matter being doubtful, pending better information, I say thou mayest change them, if so be thou hast urgent need of them. So urgent it is, answered Sancho, that if it were for my own person, I could not want them more, and forthwith, fortified by this license, he effected the mutatio caparum, and rigged out his beast to the 99s, and making quite another thing of it. This done, they broke their fast on the remains of the spoils of war plundered from the sumpter mule, and drank of the brook which flowed from the fulling mills. Without casting a look in that direction, in such loathing did they hold for them the alarm they had caused them. And all anger and gloom removed, they mounted, and without taking any fixed road, and not to be fixed upon any being the proper thing for a true knights errant, they set out, guided by Rocinante's will, which carried it along with it that of his master, not to say of the ass, which always followed him wherever he led. Lovingly and sociably, nevertheless, they returned to the high road, and pursued it at a venture without any other aim. As they went along, then, in this way, Sancho said to his master, Señor, would your worship give me leave to speak a little to you? For since you laid that hard injunction of silence on me, several things have gone to rot in my stomach, and have now just one on the tip of my tongue that I don't want to be spoiled. What? What? Anyhow, Say on, Sancho, said Don Quixote, and be brief in thy discourse, for there is no pleasure in one that is long. Well then, señor, returned Sancho, I say that for some days past I have been considering how little is got or gained by going in search of these adventures your worship seeks in these wilds and crossroads, where even if the most perilous are victoriously achieved, there is no one to see or know of them, and so they must be left untold forever, to the loss of your worship's object and the credit they deserve. Therefore, it seems to me it would be better, saving your worship's better judgment, if we were to go and serve some emperor or other great prince who may have some war on hand, in whose service your worship may prove the worth of your person, your great might and greater understanding, on perceiving which the Lord in whose service you may be will perforce have to reward us, each according to his merits. And there you will not be at a loss for someone so set down your achievements. You'll never be at a loss for someone to set down your achievements in writing as to preserve their memory forever. Of my own I say nothing, as they will not go beyond squirely limits, though I make bold to say that, if it be the practice in chivalry to write the achievements of squires, I think mine must not be left out. Thou speakest not amiss, Sancho, answered Don Quixote, but before that point is reached, it is a requisite to roam the world, as it were on probation, seeking adventures in order that, by achieving some, name and fame may be acquired, such that when he betakes himself to the court of some great monarch, the knight may already be known by his deeds, and that the boys, the instant they see him enter the gate of the city, may all follow him and surround him, crying, This is the Knight of the Sun, or the Serpent, or any other title which he may have achieved great deeds. This, they will say, is he who vanquished in single combat the gigantic Borcabruno of mighty strength, he who delivered the great Mameluke of Persia out of the long enchantment which he had been under for almost 900 years. So from one to another they will go proclaiming his achievements, and presently at the tumult of the boys and the others, the king of that kingdom will will appear at the windows of his royal palace, and as soon as he beholds the knight, recognizing him by his arms and the device of his shield, he will as a matter of course say, What ho! Forth all ye, the knights of my court, to receive the flower of chivalry who cometh hither. At which command all will issue forth, and he himself, advancing halfway down the stairs, will embrace him closely and salute him, kissing him on the cheek, and will then lead him to the queen's chambers, where the knight will find her with the princess, her daughter, who be one of the most beautiful and accomplished damsels that could, with all utmost pains, be discovered anywhere in the known world. Straightway it will come to pass that she will fix her eyes upon the knight, and he his upon her, and each will seem to the other something more divine than human, and without knowing how or why they will be taken and entangled in the inextricable toils of love, and sorely distressed in their hearts not to see any way of making their pains and sufferings known by each. Thence they will lead him, no doubt, to some richly adorned chamber of the palace, where, having removed his armor, they will bring him a rich mantle of scarlet wherewith to robe himself. And if he looked more noble in his armor, he will look still more so in a doublet. When night comes, he will sup with the king, queen, and princess, and all the time he will never take his eyes off her, stealing stealthy glances unnoticed by those present, and she will do the same, and with equal cautiousness, being, as I have said, a damsel of great discretion. The tables being removed, suddenly, through the door of the hall will enter a hideous and diminutive dwarf, followed by a fair dame between two giants, who comes with a certain adventure, the work of an ancient sage, and he who shall achieve it shall be deemed the best knight in the world. Delicious. The king will then command those present to essay it, and none will bring it to its end and conclusion save the stranger knight, to the great enhancement of his fame, whereat the princess will be overjoyed, and will esteem herself happy and fortunate to have fixed and placed her thoughts so high. And the best of it is that this king or prince or whatever he is engaged in a very bitter war with another as powerful as himself, and the stranger knight, after having been some days at his court, requests leave from him to go and serve him in the said war. The king will grant it very readily, and the knight will courteously kiss his hands for the favor done to him. And that night he will take leave of his lady the princess at the grating of the chamber where she sleeps, which looks upon a garden, at which he was already many times conversed with her, the go-between confidant in the matters being a damsel much trusted by the princess. He will sigh, she will swoon, and the damsel will fetch water, much distressed, as morning approaches. And for the honor of her lady, he would not that they were discovered. At last the princess will come to herself, and will present her white hands to the grating to the knight, who will kiss them 1,000 and 1,000 times, bathing them with his tears. It will be arranged between them, between them how they are to inform each other of their good or evil fortunes, and the princess will entreat him to make his absence as short as possible, which he will promise to do so with many oaths. Once more he kisses her hands, and takes his leave in such grief that he is well nigh ready to die. He betakes him thence his chamber, and flings himself on his bed, and cannot sleep for sorrow at parting. Rises early in the morning, goes to take leave of the king, queen, and princess, and he takes his leave of the pair. It is told him that the princess is indisposed and cannot receive a visit, and the knight thinks it is from grief at his departure. His heart is pierced, and he is hardly able to keep from showing his pain. The confidant is present, observes all, goes to tell her mistress, who listens with tears, and says that one of her greatest distresses is not knowing who this knight is, and whether he is of knightly lineage or not. The damsel assures her that so much courtesy, gentleness, and gallantry of bearing as her knight possesses could not exist in any save one who was royal and illustrious. Her anxiety is thus relieved, and she strives to be of good cheer, lest she should excite suspicion in her parents. And at the end of 2 days she appears in public. Meanwhile, the knight who has taken his departure, he fights in the war, conquers the king's enemy, wins many cities, triumphs in many battles, and returns to court, sees his lady where he was wont to see her, and it is agreed that he shall demand her in marriage for her parents as the reward of his services. The king is unwilling to give her, as he knows not who he is, but nevertheless, whether carried off or in whatever way it may be, the princess comes to be his bride, and her father comes to regard it as a very good fortune. For it so happens that this knight is proved to be the son of a valiant king of some kingdom, I know not what, for I fancy it is not likely to be on the map. The father dies, the princess inherits, and in 2 words the knight becomes. And here comes in the bestowal of rewards upon his squire, and all who have aided him in rising so exalted a rank. So he marries his squire to a damsel of the princess's, and who will be, without a doubt, the one who is confidant in their amour, and is the daughter of a very great duke. Well, that's what I want. No mistake about it, said Sancho. That's what I'm waiting for all this, word for word, as in store for your worship under the title of the Knight of the Rueful Countenance. Thou needest not doubt it, Sancho, replied Don Quixote. For in the same manner and the same steps as I have described here, knights errant rise and have risen to be kings and emperors. All we want now is to find out what king, Christian or pagan, is at war and has a beautiful daughter. And there will be time enough to think of that, for, as I have told thee, fame must be won in other quarters before repairing to the court. There is another thing, too, that is wanting, for supposing we find a king who is at war and has a beautiful daughter, and I have won incredible fame throughout the universe, I know not how it can be made out that I am of royal lineage, or even second cousin to an emperor, for the king will not be willing to give me his daughter in marriage unless he is first thoroughly satisfied on this point. However much my famous deeds may deserve it, so that by this deficiency I fear I shall lose what my arm has fairly earned. True, it is I am a gentleman of known house, of estate and property, and entitled to the 500 sueldos mule. I don't know what that. You know what? I'll have to look that up later. It may be the sage who shall write my history will so clear up my ancestry and pedigree that I find myself 5th or 6th in descendant from a nobleman's. Oh, sorry. A 5th or 6th in descendant from a king. For I would have thee know, Sancho, that there are two kinds of lineages in the world. Some there be tracing and deriving their descent from kings and princesses, whom time has reduced little by little until they end in a point like a pyramid upside down, and other who spring from the common herd and goes on rising step by step until they come to be great lords, so that the difference is not is that the one that they no longer are, and the others are what they formerly were not. And I may be such after investigation in my origin may prove great and famous. With which the king, my father-in-law, that is to be, ought to be satisfied. And should he not be, the princess will so love me, and that even though she knew me well to be the son of a water carrier, she will take me for her lord and husband in spite of her father. If not, then it comes to seizing her and carrying her off where I please, for time or death will put an end to the wrath of her parents. It comes to this too, said Sancho, that some naughty people say, never ask as a favor what thou canst take by force. Though it would be fitter to say, a clear escape is better than good men's prayers. I say so if my lord the king, your worship's father-in-law, will not condescend to give you my lady the princess. There is nothing for it but, as your worship says, to seize her and transport her. But the mischief is that until peace is made and you come into the peaceful enjoyment of your kingdom, the poor squire is famishing as far as rewards go, unless it be that of the confidant damsel, that is to be his wife, comes with the princess, and that with her he tides over his bad luck until heaven otherwise orders things for his master, I suppose. May as well give her to him at once for a lawful wife. Nobody can object to that, said Don Quixote. Then, since that may be, said Sancho, there is nothing for it but to commend ourselves to God, and let fortune take what course it will. God guide it according to my wishes and thy wants, said Don Quixote. And mean be he who thinks himself mean. In God's name let him be so, said Sancho. I am an old Christian, and it fit me for account that's enough. And more than enough for thee, said Don Quixote, and even wert thou not, it would make no difference, because I, being the king, can easily give thee nobility without purchase or service rendered by thee. For when I make thee count, then thou art at once a gentleman, and they may say what they will, but by my faith they will have to call thee your lordship whether they like it or not. Not a doubt about it, and I'll know how to support the title, or the tittle, said Sancho. Title, thou shalt say, not tittle, said his master. So be it, answered Sancho. I say I will know how to behave, for once in my life I was a beadle of a brotherhood, and the beadle's gown sat so well on me that all said I looked as if I was to be steward of the same brotherhood. What will it be then when I put a duke's robe on my back, or dress myself in gold and pearls like a count? I believe they'll come 100 leagues to see me. Wilt thou look well, said Don Quixote, but thou must shave thy beard often, for thou hast it so thick and rough and unkempt, that if thou do not shave it every second day at least, they will see that thou art at distance. They will see that thou art at the distance of a musket shot. What more will it be, said Sancho, than having a barber and keeping him at wages in the house? And even if it be necessary, I will make him go behind me like a nobleman's equerry. Now, how dost thou know that noblemen have equerries behind them? Asked Don Quixote. I will tell you, answered Sancho. Years ago I was for a month at the capital, and I saw taking the air a very small gentleman, who they said was a very great man, and a man following him on a horseback in every turn he took, just as if he was his tail. I asked why this man did not join the other man, instead of always going behind him. They answered me that he was his equerry, and that it was the custom with nobles to have such persons behind them, and ever since then I know it, for I have not forgotten it. Thou art right, said Don Quixote, and in the same thou mayest carry thy barber with thee, for customs did not come into use altogether, Nor were they all invented at once, and thou mayest be the first count to have a barber follow him, and indeed shaving one's beard is a greater trust than saddling one's horse. Hold on a moment. Where was I? Let the barber business be my lookout, said Sancho, and your worships be it to strive to become king, and make me count. So it shall be, answered Don Quixote. Raising his eyes, he saw what will be told in the following chapter. Alright. I think we will change gears. Please. Alright. We will fascinating. There we go. Alright, well, I believe that it's high time for Blasphemous 2. How convenient I have the correct source. Let me just change category real quick. Blasphemous 2. Perfect. Now I think that we're all properly... What the scallop? Oh. Well, now it's firing, at least. Isaiah. Don't seem all perishing, but...
Bienvenido de nuevo, penitente. Las flores de duelo que crecen a nuestros pies no son más que vuestra culpa manifestada y exudada. Tras la belleza de cada brote, se esconde una espina clavada en mi ser. Una penitencia que cargo con gozo, que me acerca a mi propósito y quizás algo. ¿Deseáis entonces limpiaros de vuestra... Sea, pues. El sacramento ha sido completado. ¿Ahora?
Alright. Well, I guess now, world's our oyster. The power of a double jump. We can reach so much further. Like up here. Oh. Wow, this is incredibly dark. Oh. Fascinating. Guess I'll have to go and actually get those rosaries back. Yes, up and away. figure out.
¿Poseéis nudos de rosario, penitente?
Ujú.
Ahora, dejad que mis manos anuden un nuevo misterio en vuestro rosario.
Ujú.
Vuestro rosario. ¿Poseéis ahora? Vuestro rosario.
Yes, thank you. All right, and then we'll go for the atonement, please, and then guess the golden thimble. All right, now how else are things? Oh. Hmm. Up I go. That worked. Oh, that. Oh, please. There we go. And that's the end of that. Alright, then I suppose I should probably head up towards the, up. Arm. Hmm? Oh, can't say we didn't try. Or at the very least, that we didn't look. Just go away. Ah! Don't stab the penitent. Okay, barely. Yeah, I'm still not 100% sure about how to get across that. Hmm. Ow. Clear this, and then we're just gonna run away. Ah, perfect. Okay, and then bounce down here. Find, perhaps. Right.
Penitente, no se oye, yo permaneceré. ¿Qué tenebros puede que tenga algo? ¿No notáis cómo la muerte nos envuelve y nos da cobijo? ¿No notáis cómo nos seca hasta el llanto de nuestros ojos? Ella es mi prisión, mi compañera, mi guarda, pues todo lo muerto me acompaña. Y lo que aún no ha muerto no tarda en morir a mi lado. ¿Qué pecados cometí para tan severa penitencia? Marchaos.
Yep. Alright. Yep. Time to, you guessed it. And skedaddle. I remember. There we go. Now, do be warned, she's gonna get a little freakier as time wears on.
Con este cristal marco e imbuyo vuestros matraces con la plata y la bilis.
Oh. Ah!
Solo el milagro podrá saber cuántos cristales han sido bañados con su gracia. Ahora mejoraré la luz vital de vuestro interior. Esperaré a que me traigáis más cálices. Traedme cálices o viales, que los llenaré con mi propia sangre.
Weirdos, man. What a bunch of weirdos. Aha! Call that a freed baby. Oh, right, no, I need, like, triple jump or something. Please call forth the Alleviator. And then send me up. What? What's wrong? What's wrong? The heck do I get? I'm sure I'll figure it out. But either way, I will carve my way back. What? Hold on a moment. Ow. Suppose then. Oh, that's what he gets for not wanting to turn around. The Demented One. Question is, what does the Demented One do? Ah, there it is. Fascinating. Fascinating. Well, anyhow. That cleaned out, and now we can just head up and up this way, because... Ah! Perfect. Found. Oh, never mind. Fine, I've made an error. See you around, nerd. And away I go. Arr. Whew. Go and yeah. Let's go take a gander. I see. Alright, they're just... No, they're starting to desync. Enjoy this! Oh, heavens, no. I've made a mistake. I've made a comical series of errors, in fact. But I'm back. Yep. Oh, I can hit the heads. How nice. Whee! Run away! I suppose it might make more sense to just hang out there, but... Either way. Ow. Alright, and across I go. Ay, ay, ay. Definitely a, Oh, since it's gonna save me more time to actually just head up to the teleporter and then around, I'm just that. I don't know what possessed me to just use the thing rather than just hoof it from the... to just teleport back from the radio, but I guess I just really wasn't thinking now, was I? Wow. Oh, you wretch. I'm just gonna skedaddle. And that's the end of that. You absolute fools. I'm the fool. Okay. Okay. Oh, Nelly. Aye, aye, aye. Whew. Man, they can really pour it on. Ugh. Ooh, okay. Gosh diddly darn it. Okay. Please. Thank you. Alright, and a little more, just a little more. Go on, you don't have to be here for much longer. You're dismissed. Go away now, thank you. Ah! I've got him. I think I've got him now. So maybe I should go and, actually. Yeah, I should probably. I don't know what possessed me to not get the other flask. But I will. I suppose maybe it's just a fear of what she's going to be looking like. Here you go.
Ahora os otorgaré un nuevo matraz.
Thank you.
Traedme más viales. Esperaré.
Well, if you insist, I'm gonna go, and then I'm gonna come back, and I'm gonna see if they've succeeded more in healing you. Nope. Anyway. At least the run back isn't too terribly long. Considered. So knowing my luck, there's probably a Pradio somewhere around here that I'm just ignoring completely. Not actually sure if the one that's a little further down would be faster. God dang it. Don't throw rocks at me, please. Pointy helmet is mostly kind of for show, really. All right. Ay, come on. Ah! Try to get my little ticket across. I'm gonna blame that on wonky hitboxes. Yeah, no, definitely. My John's the saltiest. Thank you. Ta-da! And out I come. Away I go. I should have my cool rosary sword. I suppose these guys aren't terribly frightening. You know, barring when I get hit by them like a chump. Alright, and with this, and then with effortless dodge all your attacks. Only to get winged by you twice. There we go. Oh, more, you say? You shouldn't have. I was not aware of the intensity with which this gauntlet was to present itself. Ugh, okay. Oh, wow, would you look at that? Now that wasn't too terrible. Oh, look at all these people. I will head over here. Just don't be alive, please. Thank you. I appreciate. Whew. Now where the heck? I understand now. Close, close, but no cigar. And I at least know where this is. Oh man, and they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming. Yeah. There we go. But let's see here. Yes, I'd say things have been rather fine. Down we go. Now we just head back the way we came. Because we have opened a shortcut. I'm not really sure how much of a shortcut it is. Especially since we'll have to go and open up another shortcut. Alright, fine. I'll head up towards the doves. Whatever. I understand. Yes, hello everybody. I'm curious as to how these guys actually got up here. Father said 4 envoys wrapped my body in soft linen cloths.
Penitente, tened a vuestro bien recibir este obsequio, que una cándida voz en sueños me pidió que os entregara. Una voz cuyo dueño siempre desconoceré.
Thanks.
Oh, corazón que descendéis del cielo, ¿qué queréis de nosotros?
Ah. There we go. And up I go. Oh, hey, you.
El milagro es misericordioso con nosotros. y le da a esta sombra el derecho a hablar. Nunca comprenderé qué encumbradas razones me eligieron para presenciar y narrar los hechos en los que el milagro intentaba regresar a nosotros. Pues largas eras han pasado desde que nos había abandonado. Veo que se cumplió mi petición. Y aquel bienaventurado peregrino os entregó mi presente. Abrid las jaulas cuyas llaves fueron robadas. Paloma, que del azabache tomáis el color. Abandonad ahora vuestra cárcel de oro.
I see. Not really time to do that, but I'll take it. I see. Alright. Mother said, follow the heartbeat, herald the birth. I swear. Knuckle-dragging nitwits. We fight tooth and claw to drive the miracle from our shores, and they just come and dredge it right back up. For no lack of certainty, it drives me up the wall. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, whatever, I'm just... And away I go. Up, put up. Put up. And that's that. And then, waited a little bit then. Oh. And away we go. Alright, I'm just gonna... pull this up. And we'll see what's over here. It's another lady. Goodbye. I swear, man, I don't know. It just feels so like, oh, see ya. We'll need to figure out how to get past those blue chains. But still have. It'll be something for later. Leave. Okay. Where else to go? That away. Crown of Towers. But I will head down here and we'll touch it. Found jumping capability. The short answer is no, because I know not how to get up there. But what I will do is I will be unable to. But I would at least speak to my large baby friend.
Ayudadnos liberando a más hermanos. Y así os mostraremos lo que la torre guarda en lo...
I see. Alright. Well, strength resides in the arsenal. Which does remind me, can I actually go that way? Yep. Still don't know what this. I'm sure I'll figure it out. But first, let's also look at the memories. A rosary. Ah, I see. Hmm? Cool. And I get lightning damage, you say? Alright, so it does have to be physical connection. And it looks like, okay, let me... I guess I could, do for heading down real quick. Oh, yeah. Now we can really pour it on. That's sick. For what I'm supposed to do, but... I see. Bingo. All right. And well, I might as well. Apparently, I just missed Tears of Atonement. Okay. Come here. Stab, stab, stab. Stab. Alright, and then, yeah. I'll just backtrack to the city, please. Take me back to my city. Then I can go over here and be like, hey, Mr. Man. Look at what I got for you.
Siento unas manos divinas guiando a las mías en un debatirse hermoso de inmensa bondad y mudo regocijo. La figura de la Santísima comienza a intuirse. La escofina que traéis es capaz de pulir madera, dejándola tan tersa como los pétalos de las flores secas. Tenéis mi gratitud, penitente. He aquí una nueva pieza para vuestro retablo.
And with that, I believe that is the majority of my tea gone. Oh. Oh, right, no, that does give you an achievement, right, but I already had it.
que las manos del milagro.
I'm sure I'll figure out what to do with that the battle lance, but all right. Then path of best way is gonna be Choir of Thorns. Actually, hold on. Yeah, the lower qual. And then we can just carve her up. Up and over! Ow, ow. I need to stop bumping into things. Yeah. Do count as be. You know what? I'm just gonna leave. I don't need to fight you, so I don't wanna. And Livinia of the Blighted Blades. How novel. That's that guy. And there he goes, and the daisies. Oh. Yep, up and up. Let me show you how a real lightning wizard does it. And then we'll just hit this. Okay, that guy's done. Run away! Alright, and let's... Yeah, it should be fine. Especially since now I have my double jump. Oh. Yeah, it should be perfectly. Says as he, you know. The guide. Ah, yes. Dio gracias. At the very least, now mildly does increases mystical damage. Fascinating. And I, watching over your casket, will never leave your side. Not while your slumber lasts, not while the soft light of the Father still shelters, until your long-awaited rising. Only then will my skin wither and wrinkle. Only then will the wicker forever smother my voice. And so it has been written in the eternal scripture. What a cool guy. Por Dio gracias. But I suppose it was his fate. Ah, I see. And away I go. Please, don't mind me, please. I mean you no harm. Oh. Huh. Well, this one's gonna be tight, but I can probably swing it. Yeah. Perfect. Whee! And there goes that guy. But now what's that? I see. No idea where I'm going, but at least now I can head further down. Oh. The unfinished lullaby. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, and then we'll head up this. Ow. You know what? You deserve only what you get, which is death.
Echad un vistazo a nuestro escaparate.
I love you, and let's see. Here, ill-fated cord. Torch lady. Debla of the... I'll take the cord and...
Hasta que nuestras sendas se vuelvan a cruzar, penitente.
Oh, alright. I guess I could just run all the way across. Oh, great! It's haunted! Everything must be stabbed. There is no... All these paintings have to go. Oh, I see. Grab me. Well, then this must be where I finally get my ability to, I mean, hey, he took it like a champ. Good on him. Oh. Contact damage. Got it. And I'll just head this way. Okay, and I guess maybe over here? Ah, perfect. My Chozo statue. The mercy of the wind. Perfect. Bada bing. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that feels very nice. All right. We push on. Boy, do I love aerial dashes. Ooh, yeah. Oh, I really hope they got like a legitimate path of pain in the works, cause whoo boy. Love me some path of... Oh, this is incredibly rude. I'm going to stand here for the moment. Oh, come on. Scratched face from the camp with a significantly increases damage. Well, then in that case, how about that with you? Yeah. Okay. A little tight, but I think I can swing it. Breezy. Ah! Whew. That one was for comfort. Whew. Okay. Oh no, right, I'm supposed to air dash. Bingo! I see. Oh wow, would you look at the time? I think I'm just gonna leave. Goodbye. Don't want to deal with that. That's just a mass of behelets. And ups. Spark's cooking. Alright. Am I gonna get 2 movement abilities? The question. Where else can I go? Goes the other way. Go on, get out of here. Thank you. No, 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 no. Okay. Whew. All right, and thank you. Yep, going up. I see.
Recemos juntos esta interminable letanía.
Terminable litania.
Cuyos versículos nos encadenan a una plegaria eterna que trasciende la muerte.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Oops. Oh, don't stick your fingers in their mouth like that. You don't know where they've been. Cool. Eh. Oh, I don't think she inflicts contact damage on account of her being a spooky ghost. Hey, come on then. Can't have gone far. Come on, more. She's got a lot of health. I wonder though if maybe it's one of those like she's actually a lot weaker to miss. Yeah, okay. Or maybe fire. Oh, I see. Okay, definitely don't want to go on the offensive there. Ah, I understand. Aha! Oh, now I get it. Two, three, four. Oh! Oh no! You dirty wretch. Well, I suppose then I'll go and do the old-fashioned way. It was the same way that I was dealing with you before. Oh, good gravy. Yep. Have it a bit. Oh, you. Ah. Ah. Ha! Greed is good. Goodbye. The last ascension. Yep. The endless Orison, consider it ended. That's because I'm the best. The key of the endless Orison, I see. Gonna have a fair few more weirdo bosses laying around then.
nuevo icono. Un icono encarnado que todos habíamos de reverenciar. Un símbolo en el que toda nuestra fe, súplicas y esperanzas se unieran en suma comunión, para así poder hacer expandir su disminuido, casi extinto, poderío.
Oye.
Paloma, que del azabache tomáis el color. Abandonad ahora vuestra cárcel de oro.
Wonderful. Off she goes. I see. That. And now I'm here. Where does it go? I'll tell you where it goes. Right up here. But where it leads, I do not. Well, that was strange. Anyway. I will travel back to the city. I'll just way down. Any other choice goodies I need to? The wax. Yes. And a little bit of affliction. Grab my more of these marks. I think I'm gonna need 5, 6. 10. For mine then.
Que las manos del...
I'll be back. Sorry, I should probably... Oh, hi, Neon! How are you? Where am I going? I'm going this way. I think now I can... Oh, doing just dandy. We got done reading a good chunk of Don Quixote Part 3. And now we're just playing a little bit of Blasphemous 2 to round things out. Just because it's Oh, hello. But yep, book's going well. Let me here. Basically, long story short, the illustrious Don has lost the saddlebags, but gotten himself a, I believe, the brass basin of a barber for a new helmet. Actually worked. All right. But yes, things are going well. Things are going well. And how about yourself? Any interesting developments? Wow, you. All right. I see. I see we've established what's going on here. Want to stick with my rosary blade then, because I don't think I'm gonna be cool enough to. My rapier's up and running. Up. On. That might be it, actually. Ah, I see. Never mind. Fascinating. Ah, I see. And nowhere is safe. Oop. Oh! Oh! Okay. Up, 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 up. Okay. Let's just... I see! Well, I hope that your annotating goes quite well. Oh, Nelly. Any books in my... Okay, alright, okay. I guess he just decided to buzz off. Huh. But yep, I do hope that your annotations go quite well. I am also, very much excited for, well, about... 5 days time now. We've got Kanto 7 on the horizon. So hopefully I'll be able to at least wrap up the first part of Don Quixote before then. I will say though, it is quite a nice read. Oh no. No, and I'm just gonna avoid these guys. Okay. A fascinating place. Only curious.
Catedral ha emergido del oscuro mar tintado. Nunca creí que pudiera ver esto con mis ojos vidriosos. ¿Por qué el milagro ha esperado hasta ahora para hacerla emerger? Echad un vistazo a nuestro escaparate.
Oh, I might as well see what they've got. They've got nothing of note.
¿Nada de vuestro interés?
Gosh diddly darn right.
Una lástima.
Well, you know what they say, in matters of taste, the customer is always right. And I, unfortunately, am also too poor. Not going up that way. Let's see. Oh, Nelly. Ah, I see. Not quite what I was anticipating, but, I'll take it. Gross! I see. Oh, I don't like these guys. Wigging the snot out of me. Gosh diddly darn it. House of Leaves by Mark Z. Dolensky and a copy of Withering Heights I can't wait to break in. Well, I certainly hope that they, serve you well. I'm at least familiar with Wuthering Heights, but can't say that I've heard tell of the House of Leaves. But I suppose that'll be something for on my to-do list. Just gonna turn this down just a little in my headset, because something about this area is particularly noisy. I'm going to assume, is the audio quite all right? All right. Yeah. 1,200 Tears of Atonement. Well, don't mind if I do. Okay, good. Good. But yes. Very excited for Kanto 7. They've got the, I saw some of the fresh IDs that they've got on the horizon, so I'm very excited. Though in terms of which one I'm the most excited for, I can't quite say. Well, I'm sure it'll come to me. Either that, or I suppose I'll have to wait until I have them in my hands before I pass any judgment. Did it? Okay. Alright, I might have to get this out. This might have been an exercise in hubris. Oh, they've got weird little hands. I was wondering what their crown thing was, but I suppose I didn't really give it a good look. Right. This on for size. Works for me. Da-da-da-da. Ah. Enough. Able to reach that? Probably. Especially with my fancy new double jump. I see. Final one of Veredicto. Oh, and there it goes. Well, let's see what we've got. Our sleep. Damage and a discount? Well, I do. Activate Veredicto with... Oh, no, that's nice. Quite nice and... Okay. Where am I? Up. I have to be a little on the close side to make use of that. But I'm sure I'll make it work. And if not, then I'll just break something else out. Now, I have to be very careful, given that there's a bunch of things that like to grab... What do these guys do? Oh, they just run. I see. Run, and if I had to hazard a guess, probably explode. You know what? Let's just deal with the blood boomerangs. Okay. I swear, these guys are very durable, and I'm not quite a fan of it. But yep, tomorrow we'll probably be rounding out part 3 of Don Quixote properly, and then I'll probably, either push on a bit more into chapter 4 or see what else might strike my fancy. Oh, no, gonna go and deal. Never mind, the fish is up there. Sending the fish down from on high to pester me. Get me out of here. Yeah. Alright. Uh-huh. Well, you know what? I'm just gonna play this. Not touching that with a 10-foot pole, nor a sensor on a stick. And let me guess. No? Nothing out of you? See, I knew it. I knew it. I pre-gamed it. And all I got was nothing. Quite frankly, a very terrible preposition. Oh, nothing. Alright. Okay. Oops. Mark that one down as a oopsie daisies. Hello again, Mr. Shopkeeper. Now, I know that I said you had nothing that interests you, but I will actually take this mark of martyrdom. Eventually. Thank you. Goodbye. Let's see. Well, you know what? Let's try the down path then. Never mind. I mean, we tried the down path, but we were very clearly, not today. I suppose, though, I should probably actually about cracking open some of these shortcuts. Probably a fair bit of them. And we're just gonna keep on skedaddling. Uh-huh. Have it a bit. Bit up. Give it up. Back. Yeah. And away I go. Okay. Up. Oh, man. Quick application of bile flasks. Our way past us. Down here. I think this should. Oh, wait. Oh. I don't like that they scream. Oh, man. Don't take all these. More. Yep. But what's over here? I don't know. Probably a combat arena. Oh no, I was right. Well, I guess this is the optimal way to deal with them. Okay. All right. This feels a little cheesy, but what can one do? There we go. Oh. Please don't hit the penitent one. Alright, and then hopefully... Yeah, looks like the old one hit point wonder is probably gonna make it, maybe. I spoke too soon. But at the very least, we've cracked open the shortcut, I hope. So we're gonna go and get the run back on that. Go, and away I go. Collect this and make use of the heal later. Oh, okay. Burn it. Be gone. Thank you. Okay. But yeah, let me here. If you've got any other recommendations for reading once I suppose I get because I think Hellscreen is what's next on my to-do list after Don Quixote, but I'm all ears for suggestions. Oh, nothing. I'm like, yeah. Oh, yep, that looks about right. But the question is, what did we get? An ornate chalice. But don't mind if I do. Up, up. Beep, pop. Oh no. Up, up. Yeah, I've also I've also heard tell of it. Also heard that it's quite on the dark side. But granted, though, is that from what I've seen of Don Quixote, that one also is a little... I don't know if I would call it dark, per se, but it's certainly like, a little horrifying. I wouldn't, maybe not horrifying is the right word, but, certainly a little like, Yep. Oh, that... You know what? I gotta say, now this new Veredicto feels very nice. But yes, I am just gonna have to start tearing through. We'll just meet them piecemeal. Yeah, it's another weird thing. Sometimes the animation just does not want to play when I ignite. I find more than a little bizarre. How far do these guys go? Okay, so they do have a lead. And, ah, yes, that's where my other market. I think I'm just going to try and rush over. Whip. Come on, get out of here, Mr. Hand. You know what, then I think it's time for me to go. I'm just gonna go head down this way. Gosh diddly darn it. Yeah, well, I'm wise to your tricks now. Kind of. Aha! Thank goodness. Going through all the classics that my library has so far, and so far. Favorite is The Catcher in the Rye. Well, I'm glad that you're enjoying that one. I remember when I suppose, though, maybe it being required reading might have soured me to it, but I don't know. I just, wasn't quite to my taste. But I certainly will not, what is it they say? Oh, I've completely lost the saying I was fishing for. But either way, I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Now, what are you? Ooh. Well, get how things in thus far. I think that. Well, at least I have the radio open. I can probably stay back. I can. Oh gosh, diddly darn it. I hate him. I don't like him. Hiding out in the ink. Like an octopus. Except not at all. Yeah. Did it. Okay. This might actually just be... Oh, I'll at least head up this. Yeah. Oh no. Get away. I couldn't think of it. I'm not entirely sure what my favorite bit of... You know what? Actually, no. I'd say for required reading, at least back in my times of schooling, I would say The Count of Monte Cristo holds a very dear place in my heart. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. Mostly because I love a good old-fashioned tale of revenge, where, you know, it's not like Moby Dick, where, you know, it's obsession that ends up consuming someone within and without until there's nothing left. Much rather the, yes. I've at least got a plan for what I'm going to do after I have my revenge, which is I'm going to sail off into the sunset with my new girlfriend. Question mark? Okay, what is this? Who are you? There he is! I see him! He's over there! And now he's over here. Still not gonna say anything, Mr. Odon? Cat got your tongue? Gosh, diddle. Oh, and he's just summoning the whole king. Oh, it's gonna take a lot more than an entourage to stop me. Okay. You know what? Maybe it won't take much more than the entourage to stop me. I think he can handle me all by himself. Ah, I see. You know, in terms of poets, I would say, who is my favorite? Ah, it's actually quite I do enjoy the works of William Blake, but I suppose, oh, nothing. I suppose, what is it? Lee Sang, I believe. I've heard that a good chunk of his poems were also very good, if a little confusing. Oh gosh, diddly darn it. I keep forgetting that he does that when he turns around. How far out do these go? Across the screen. About. Oh, nothing. But as for Shakespeare... You know, I don't actually think I've read... Oh no, now he's doing two. Don't think I have read many of his works. I think the only one that I at least gave a proper read was Romeo and Juliet. I suppose... Oh, well, that and his recount of Julius Caesar. Oh, dear. Yeah, this first run might be a wash, but we'll just have to see. Oh, no, just don't be anywhere where the pointy thing is. And he... Interesting. Oh, and the lightning damages too? Oh, no. Well, that's that. Once more, run to the breach. At least the boss run isn't bad. Especially considering it's just a nice stroll right over here. Still, though, what a weirdo he is. I could at least appreciate, though, that he's, you know, like a right down to business kind of fella. No bones about it. Yep. What did I think my favorite is between Othello and Hamlet. Well, you know what? I probably should end up giving those a read, especially considering I think they're probably also available on the Gutenberg project, because at least that's where I got that. That's where I got that copy of Don Quixote that I'm reading from. Oh no! Okay. Well, at least he takes damage, so I might pour it on that way. Oh, okay. Generating a lot of fervor, though. I'm sorry, is the tip of your hat also a hitbox? That is hilarious. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. I mean, I did. Now 4. How many more do we have in store? Also, the other question is, what kind of damage does this man deal? Because... I need to clear out the ads. Okay, never mind. This will give me just enough room to breathe. And here he comes. And there he goes. Yep. Okay. Yep, yep. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like the, I feel like I like the Blasphemous 2 bosses a little bit more, because they feel like they've got a little more personality. They feel more like Mega Man bosses, I suppose, than anything. And I am quite the sucker for Mega Man. Compared to the, I don't know what I would call the, I suppose they'd likely be more like, old Metroid bosses, rather than that, or maybe Zelda. Oh, man, there he goes. Oh. He dies on the shore. Defeat Odon of the Confraternity of Salt. Hooray! Now the only question is, now where the heck? Which conga line of weirdos will come to stand in my path now? Because I think we got all the named guys. Except for the discount penitent one that's sitting on the big chair. Hello, Mr. Man.
Desprovisto de dominio suficiente, el milagro fallaba en sus empeños de encarnarse, manifestándose únicamente en forma de enfermedad, deformidad y dolor. Propagaba más y más sus aberraciones, como llagas en una piel enferma, en cuantiosos lugares y en inocentes cuerpos. Paloma, que del azabache tomáis el
Yeah, I think I am fresh out of tea.
ahora vuestra cárcel de oro.
But they love you. Goodbye, Dove. I see. Cool. I have no idea where that is, but cool. So long, Mr. Man. Another dove. Away I go. Guess I'll have to come back here through it like I see. Well, I guess that gives me a good excuse to actually I do it. Take me home, please. Whee! Alright, and then I think I got myself an extra chalice. I have this slick air dash. Fortunately, I still don't have all of my movement tools available to me, because there's still those mysterious glowing thingamahoos. If I get those, I'm pretty sure there won't be a thing in the world to stop me. Yeah, here, give me the chalice, give me the health. I want to get out of here. I don't like that she's being peeled like a potato. Thank you. If you'll excuse me, I'll leave you to whatever you're doing. Yeah, that's nice. I don't know, man. Something about degloving. It just does not sit right with me. So I guess it's more of a natural reaction. I'm going to go and speak to Mr. Man over here and... Yes, I would like my mana bar back. Yes, please.
El sacramento ha sido completado. Ahora.
Thank you. Goodbye. Phew. And, so. Well, I suppose I'll be able to find any other choice bits that might have been made available to me. Pardon me. Beep beep. Sorry, penitent one, coming through. Okay. Oh. Oops. Kinda undershot that one. Oh, that's here. Oh, still not gonna be able to get any. Oh. Excuse me, pardon me. Ah ha ha ha. The question is, for what? I see. So there were more goodies. Yeah, they're so gross. I just don't like how wet it sounds, you know? Well, because I think I need to head over here. I first got my weapon. But I'm not 100% sure. Because I do have this spear tip. I just don't know with it. Something here with, I suppose what's left of El Dio Gracias. No. Suppose maybe not. I don't know where the Arsenal of Penance is then. Oh, I'm sure I'll find it. Okay. This way. Aha. Goodbye. I'll have to go the other way. But at least I freed the... whatever they are. I genuinely don't know. I like them, though. I suppose I've always had a soft spot for, like, the little weird, like, ah, yes, thank you. Oh, I understand. I might have, might be a little too low. But I suppose I at least got my... Oh, no. Yep. Not entirely sure what their deal is, but they do give me nice things. Like upgrading my play to use. So I will take it. Barring the fact that they charge me money for it. That's neither here nor there. Can I do that? No, I cannot. So then let's... no, actually, I think the best way is going to be to travel back. And we'll just take the shortcut. Salt. Oh, right, that's what I... How many, marks do I have? 7. Got it. Alright, then up to daisies, I suppose we go. Actually, come to think of it, I might be able to go and talk with said weirdos. I suppose you guys have any goodies for me now? Nope. Alright, I'll go find more of them. And then I'll need to go talk with the big baby. They free more of the little golden babies. Wherever they are. They're cherubs. Children of the Moon, I think they were called. I'd need to double check. That sounds right, but can't quite put my finger on it. Let's... Yeah. We'll head down this way. Up the... I can find over hither. Neglect ever free that guy. So we're almost halfway there on the Children of the Moon. I think that's... Crap. Okay. I forgot about the glass. In hindsight, I should have inferred that there would be a bunch of sharp, pointy things. Aha! And that's the last rosary knot and another one of the strange people. Multiple birds with single stones. And I'm gonna go this way. Also don't like that all these people are very disgruntled about the whole whatever's going on here. Chronic envoy of sand. Envoy? Influx. There we go. And then I should be able to just head down here and jump across. Oh, guy forgot they explode. You guys can just explode willy-nilly. Oh, I suppose I'll take that. See you around, nerds. Liberal application of bioflask. And with down. Oh. I suppose if I had to think about it, I'd say one of my favorite strange NPCs. What? I'm just gonna go this way. Oh! That's pretty. Huh. But yes. No NP. Okay. Alright. How am I supposed to get out of here is the real question. How am I supposed to get over there? Or do I need to go around? Up and around? No. Maybe? Huh. Home. I was able to jump that high without... That way sealed. Guess this is gonna be my only other option. Back to the city! But where was I? Ah, yes, my favorite strange NP. I would probably say... I guess maybe Tingle from The Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker. At least he's the one that, like, springs to the forefront of my mind when I think, very strange. Not quite sure what to make of him. I'll rest at the radio here, and we're gonna hope that this leads me the right way. Because if not, then I'm going to be very, slightly disgruntled. Gosh diddly darn it, I did it again. Oops. Up. That's not gonna work. So try over here. Oh, hello. Oh, I mean, I'm not. Ah, the good old shopkeeper. I do also quite enjoy him. Granted, it's been a hot minute since I've played RE4, either of them, now that I'm thinking about it. I guess any of the... What are they up to? 3 different versions now? There was the original one, the HD, and I think there was also the... That's a lot of dude. And then there was the new remake. Okay. If no... Huh. Destiny. Destiny, they call it. And the Kobiatus. Call it. How quaint. Oh, I suppose I will head back this way. Okay. Oh, they do. Oh, they do explode. About to be like, oh no, they just fall down. And nope, nope. It's. On a little more. But favorite shopkeepers, I would probably say. Huh. I suppose maybe the, I like the frankness of the, I believe they're the shopkeepers in SMT4. Specifically, maybe SMT4 Apocalypse. Because I just like the matter-of-factness of like, yeah, whatever, just bring more vodka next time, yeah? Okay, but how do I get... Do I get there? Yeah, I'm gonna flick to intermission real quick. I'm gonna go stretch my legs and maybe grab some more water. I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes. So that would be a great time to go stretch or something. I don't know. I'll be right back. Go get some snacks. Perhaps a carbonated soda. Okie dokie. I have returned with water and a song in my heart. That's just where it's going to stay. Okay, good. Okay. I think I'm going to check back over here. I'm going to give this one another looky-loo just in case if maybe I missed something. Because that's sealed, and then as I recall, yeah, no, that's sealed too. Huh. I guess maybe something down here. Deal with that? Hmm. Yeah, I'll double back. Gosh diddly darn it. Every time, they get me every time. Or other that way. But yeah, actually, you know what? If you've got any recommendations for like fresh. Oh, I see. This night. Oh, golly gee willikers, went every way except for the first one that presented itself. But yeah, any recommendations for either books to read or games to play? I am certainly open to ideas. Because after all, while I do have quite the extensive backlog, who knows for how much longer it may last. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna use magic on you. Because I think that's all you deserve. Ah! Oh no. There we go. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, I really should not have looked at that. Oh, I'm just gonna stand right over here. I'm just gonna hit you for a bazillion damage. It's still not gonna be enough. You guys are tough. Tougher than old beef jerky. Or a boot. Compass of the Stranded. What? Slightly increases resistance to miasma damage. How nice. Not entirely sure how I fit that on a rosary, but I'm not gonna look at that sideways. Oh, look at that! They're in festive attire! Alright. Gotta reach. And I forgot they jumped. Done Pride and Prejudice. No, actually, I have not. Funny enough, Don Quixote is the first book I've taken to reading on stream, at least. But I could certainly do, because that was Jane Eyre's claim to fame, correct? At least I think. That sounds right. But yes, I've also heard, that it's very good. Quite good, in fact. I certainly seem to remember it being referenced in... Jane Austen, yes! Jane Eyre, dude. Is that a cookbook? You know what, I'll think about it later. But yes, I certainly remember... Oh no! Oh. Oh golly. I suppose I should say I didn't quite biff the jump there, so I'll pick what I... Yes, Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice. Yeah, sure. After Hellscreen, yeah, we can go with Pride and Prejudice, and then probably, L'Étranger. No, I'll need to actually check and see whose Kanto is probably going to be next after Ryoshu's, but got plenty of time until that happens. Go away! Leave me be! All right. That's probably where I got my wires crossed. I swear, you guys have done more damage. You know what? I don't want to see the animation. Just. Okay, never mind. It's gonna take 8 years. Let's get this rolling. Give that another. I see. Here's the thing. I understand. Okay. Well, then we'll certainly also keep that one on tap, as it were. Come on. Oh yeah, not even close. The pillager. But what doth he pillage? Be the question. And where is he? You look like a pillager. Reduces dodging cooldown by 25%. Well, that's quite big. At least I assume that's going to be a healthy... Yeah. Ah, perfect. Oh, hey, look, the boat! It's the boat from the first game! I love the boat. Goodbye, boat. Oh, hello.
Deteneos. El derrumbamiento de este sacro lugar es inminente. Y ya apenas me quedan fuerzas para sostener la entrada a nuestra capilla. Mi nombre es Régula, y este engrandecido cuerpo ante vos no es más que el castigo por un gran pecado que cometí en el pasado. El milagro es justo y me concedió vigor para sostener este umbral. No obstante, tras interminables esfuerzos, lo siento menguar lentamente.
Uh-oh.
Cada temblor hunde más estas inmisericordes rocas en mi carne. Si mis brazos cedieran al peso, el santuario quedará sepultado y la santa no podrá ser venerada nunca más. Por piedad, atended a mi súplica. Entre estos estremecimientos pude oír el derrumbe de unas paredes del interior de la capilla. Estoy segura de que un pasaje al interior del santuario se ha abierto desde algún lugar de este laberinto. Os imploro encontrarlo antes de que sea demasiado tarde.
Well, if you insist. Oh, cool. Not entirely sure what I'm to do with this. Oh, alright, yep, can't say I didn't try. I guess the Pradio's probably this one. Oh, hello again, boat. Love that boat. Led me to a fight with a very, very big snake. There. Which is arguably, I would say, one of the cooler boss says. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Oh no. We're definitely a little the worse for wear. Hopefully I can find some succor. Succor. Entirely sure how to say that so that it spreads oils of the blessed mixture. Well, at least I've got more tools of... Ah, good. Well, you know what? I'll take that, actually. Might just... Okay. I love this miracle. My favorite of the prayers, because it's just I did it again. Hello there, yes, I've brought you a new tool. These oils.
Mirad estos bellos óleos. Sus colores parecen estar llenos de vida. Tenéis mi gratitud, penitente.
And then...
Que las manos del milagro...
Back in and see what he did. He has made 0 progress in the 5 seconds since I left him. Actually, I suppose I can check and... Latest! Wait, what are they called? Cobiatus. Maybe, just maybe, with the latest of the Cobiatus, I can get another thing. Yeah! Yes, by all means. I have no idea what to give me, but yeah. Oh! Oh, yes. At long last. See, this is why I am of the very humble opinion that I think that Blasphemous 2 has surpassed its predecessor, and likely will for a very long time. I can just do this now. Oh, look at that, and they look so much more elaborate. I guess that's all of them now. That's very nice. Speaking of, though, I suppose if I'm on the topic of Metroidvanias, I do think... I would say that my personal favorite would be... I like Grime. That one's a, what's the word? I find it one of my favorites. Granted, though, it's a little heavy on the, miscellaneous teeth laying around. But I do find it to be quite a... Alright. A secret. Well, let's see what was down here. I see. And another Pradio, and... Oh, yeah. I would also say probably my favorite shots in the game. Ah, I see. Let's try this on for size. Don't worry, buddy. I'll get you out of there. Oops. I got a little... Oh. Oh, heaven. Kill 300 enemies using Sarmiento and Centella. As long as you can get them kind of juiced up, they can really work. Except it won't. Except it does. Except I'm just kind of bad at getting the right angle. There we go. Oh no. Alright. Let's just get this out of the way. Thank you. Is there anything over here? Oh. Oh. If I... Nope. Well, then in that case, I'm just gonna ignore you. Oh, no. Okay. I deserve that. And let's just... at it. Take a fair bit more than festive decor to... But what are you? Into a weapon shrine, mayhaps? No, but you will lead me to something better. Or maybe they'll lead me to both. Uh-oh. Oops. Sorry. Hope that wasn't important. Gonna go this way. Gonna wager that might have been a quest, perhaps fucked up just a wee bit, but, yeah, I'm sure. Probably. After all, they've got that one weird merchant over by the rosary lady that, you have to be. Well, I should at least go and see. Oh!
Mi aguardado final ha llegado. Llevad el rostro del paño al lugar donde nunca debió marcharse. La estatua. La santa.
Well, if you insist, I'll take it with you. Regula's cloth. Oops. Well, at the very least, turns out it was a critical path. Yep. What I'm gonna say. This. A good thing that I actually went down this instead of up. Anyway, there you go.
Penitente, ahora que mi rostro ha sido devuelto, puedo hablaros. Mis devotos volverán a esta capilla gracias a vuestros actos y al sacrificio de la beata, que siempre será recordada. Oh, Régula, no busquéis más mi perdón, pues ya lo tenéis. Ahora ya estáis a mi lado y podéis descansar vuestra sufrida espalda en mis brazos. En cuanto a vos, penitente, aceptad esto como recuerdo de Régula. Agradecida quedaré siempre. Que mi bendición quede con vos.
Works for me. Very. I don't know. I'm gonna assume that was probably the. Ah. A long one. Okay, no, fine. It doesn't really lead anywhere then. Ah. It's a maze. It's all a maze. Oh, right. And then they've also got, oh, what is it? Is it on the 6th, I want to say? I think it's the 16th of October. Or maybe it was, or maybe. They've got the demo for that new Warframe 1999. Quite excited for. I'm probably going to see about streaming that one, because it's something that I have been waiting for with bated breath for quite a fair bit of time. Okay, let's try there. Alright. Daisy. Okay, alright. Yes. Party started. Okay, that one might have been a little close. And what's up here? Piranha of the Kindled Hearth. Well, if I had to hazard a guess, it probably, you guessed it, lights people on fire. I had no idea. And there it goes, and there I go. Okay, let's hang. Okay, maybe the other way. Oh, I'm gonna do the other thing. We'll just mark this. Question mark. I don't know what I need. We'll head up the wax bridge up into the new dungeon. Oh, but where is the tunes? I thought I heard some. I see Goody up there. Might as well just. Ideal. Okay. But yeah, I'll probably round out this next boss, and then I will round out the boss and get this show on the road. Here, like, go. Curious to see what their final form looks like now that here comes another combat arena. You guessed it. No, don't set me on fire. Not very illegal. There it goes. Pour it on then, shall we? Quick application of this, and up. There we go. Team. There we go. And oh, good gravy. Why you gotta look like that? Why you gotta be? Get him away from me. Ugh. The imprint of Scolopendra. Significantly increases resistance to fire damage. Well, seems like people are dealing a lot of fire damage around these parts. Looks like burning hot candle wax. Oh, well, I'm glad at least one of us managed to fetch some joy from that. That was... ugh. Okay. Of all the things that I was anticipating for this game to throw at me, Caterpillar Preachers was not on the list. Nor did I want it to be. Oh god. It's like when I was playing the Black Myth Wukong and there were the horrible tick things. At least I think they were ticks. I don't know, they were big and gross, and that's all that I really remember. Or get out of here. I'd rather take 100 of the big guys with the sensor heads than deal with. Oh god, there's another one. Yep, there you go. And then, oh right, they go up. So we're just going to have to. Oh, you're in like terrible position. Oh, and of course they take no damage from fire. Well, at least I can. Okay, maybe here. Oh, they knew. Oh, they knew. They knew what they were doing. They knew I love my blood boomerang too much. But it might work here. Yeah, that'll do. There he goes. I definitely, Okay, surely. Oh, you. You know what? I'm just gonna go this way. Maybe I'll find me another Chozo statue. And. Am I going? Okay. I'll just need to find the. I've at least opened that shortcut, I think. Entirely sure what it would be a shortcut to. Yeah. This way. Excuse me, sir. You know what? I'm just gonna go. Alright, let's see. No. I'm not. That. Okay, well, at least the rapier can handle them a fair bit more than... I see, and wax doesn't even come from anywhere. It just... Another unfinished lullaby? I have 2 of those? Fervent kiss. Yes. No, I've got 3 fervent kisses. And 1 unfinished and a forgotten tribute. Means I can go and do the... Okay. Alright, let's... Oh, no. You know what? Fine. Let's try this on for size. Not probably actually just patch up real quick and we'll time this perfectly. Take the radio, thank you. And we'll nope. That doesn't open. Come on, you can't be giving me all these hints. More. Ugh, they're so gross, but at least they're filled with funny. This was all an elaborate ruse. Oh no, come on. Aha! You fools! A master of the... I mean, I'm going to assume that there has to be some flavor of maybe Aragonese sword fighting. Because I know that at least the Venetian school, they also enjoy their rapier to 1 dagger in the offhand. Ah, man. Alright, and let's see what this does. I see. Except I don't have the thing. Odd frond. Alright. Ah, yes. Perfect. My final upgrade. Or at least my final traversal upgrade, I hope. The Scion's protection! I see! Look at these! Aw. Got my little guys at my back. I like the little guys. They're very... Yep. Oh, that was... Oh, all right, I gotta go talk to him. Excuse me, sir.
Intenten la amargura. He aquí la venganza del doloroso.
I don't know if that's, hold on. No, not you. Yeah, come on now. Gosh, did I want to... No, no. Not you. You know what? Oh, not that. Oh, Codfront. Ah! Now it's just picking up everything that I don't want it to pick up. We're just gonna... I don't know if that one's, we're gonna go with hopefully that'll be fine. Yeah, hi, Cicero.
Por pedir que hiciera manar leche de este pecho robado. Por rogar alimento para este mío hijo. La cruel gracia se ha manifestado. Todavía puedo oír su dulce voz en el eco que busca salida dentro de las paredes de la acera. En esta tierra, el ruego se vuelve castigo. Y el castigo mismo se vuelve santo y puro. Ya no hay perdón para mí. Mas quizás exista para mi hijo.
I mean, yeah, I'll be honest. Ah! The wax seeds! I have one of those.
Brotarán las hermanas que velarán por mi retoño mientras marcho donde quiera llevarme la voluntad del milagro.
Well, yes, I would love to plant a...
Por cada semilla,
every seed is proud.
Invocadlas todas para que se apiaden de mi hijo.
But what, is it gonna work with, like, rule of threes? I mean, I think I only have the one seed. I'm out of here, man. Ugh. What the... Oh, hold on. Let's put that back real quick, because it's... I'm glad... I'm glad that these captions, serve more than just their intended purpose. Gosh diddly... Where the... There. Now, get me out of here. Probably patch up before I... Get me out of here, boys. Thanks. Oh. Well, you know what? Yeah, nothing quite like it. Very Zeus and Dionysus of them. Because, as I recall, the thing is that after Hera was like, oh, well, you know, to the mother of Dionysus, she was like, oh, well, you know, is that the father of that child was actually Zeus, so you should totally command him to reveal himself in his full glory to you. To which the lady was like, oh, okay. And then Zeus was like, "Are you sure you want to do that? Listen, you're not meant to like gaze upon our true form." And then she was like, "Nah, I can take it." And then so he was like, "Okay." And then he did. And then she like melted. And then he was like, "Ah, oh no." And so he takes the Dionysus because he was still just a fetus, right? He was like, "Don't worry, son, I'll save you." And he grafts him onto his thigh, and that is where Dionysus grew up until he eventually erupted from Zeus's thigh. And then that's how that happened. Okay, this might work. Just barely. Except a votive offering claimed by Rust. Fascinating. And I guess I could for this. No, that's the one with the man. Oh. Oh. Well, I am quite glad though. What are you doing? Come on. Why do you scream? Hold on, give me just a moment. What? Wanna come up? No? No, you just wanna make a fracas? Oh, jeez. Maybe not. Oh, no, never mind. That's just a place there I need to... Right. Alright. Well, I suppose I will take my newly found, trinket and go this way. Because this could lead me. Yeah. Oh no. Oh. I'm sorry. Are you just an iron? Ah. Fascinating. Ah, I see. Now we've gotten a fresh new head. I'm sorry. Catch yourself up. Maybe I will just go with these guys. Okay. Maybe not. Ah! Come here. Don't sit in front of this. Come here. Come here. You can have a sit. Come on. Come on. Pop a seat. There you go. There you go. Alright. Let's see. Okay, yeah, so this is the hop, skip, jump down. Oh, hey, you. I'm alright. And I handled the last guy perfectly fine on my own. You're gross. I don't like looking at you. Good news is that this deals a fair bit of damage. Oh, and he's using, like, big rosaries. I understand. Not entirely sure how I'm supposed to intercept that, but I'm sure I'll figure it out. Oh no. Damn it. Stop it. Leave me be. More, a little more. Oh gosh, darn it. Okay. Whew. There we go. Okay, maybe I just need to hit her with an uppercut. Alright, I might be a little... might be cooked. And by might, I mean most likely, but... not to say that we will not fight. I'll be back. Alright. I think now I've got them, whoopsies. Whew. Done. Actually, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, let's... Ha 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 ha, eh? What? Oh. Oh no. Yep. Yeah, I'm not really out DPSing. But I'm sure I can probably... oh no. Or maybe, hold on. Okay. I guess it just needs more stagger damage. Oh, you're new. And I wish you weren't. Oh no. Oh no. What are you? Do you count as lightning? No, I don't think so. Lightning. Ah. Reach. But this one. Well, at least he's not keen on, hey. Oh no. Yep. I will return to this land. Oh yeah. His days are numbered. So he does have some tricks up his sleeve. Yep. Yep. Barring as long as I, don't get hit by every attack. But I've at least got a way around your, yeah, healing. Yeah, only I'm allowed to heal. Don't forget that. I suppose I should also check. It looks like he takes about the same damage, but I think I'll just stick with. And at least now he's broken out the fresh flavor of mask. Ooh, ooh. More. Yeah, that's alright. I think we got him. Probably. Oh! Oh, you're new, and I wish you weren't. There we go. Yeah. Along, forged in fire, defeat Sinodo, him of the 1,000 voices. Ugh. And the key of the council. That should mark us for 4 birds? Yes. 4 birds sounds about right. And then I can go and gather up my last rosary. What else I can...
La mirada de un inocente lanzada al cielo, en busca de un atisbo de esperanza ante tanta desolación. No bastó nada más para que, tras grandes nubes que tornaban el atardecer en carmesí, se moldeara del propio aire la forma de un corazón. Oh, inocente visión, hicisteis verdadero el espejismo, apoyándoos en la fe pura. Fue entonces cuando el milagro obtuvo su última oportunidad. Paloma, que del azabache tomáis el color. Abandonad ahora vuestra cárcel de oro.
I see, and now the city reveals itself. Cool. Absolutely cool. Yep. I got my little pals here to get me out of here. Maybe not. Oh, that one was shaking his head. He does not agree. Okay, and... Oh, hello.
Penitente, salís de la torre que se ha creído cercenada desde siempre. Mas unos pocos sabemos que en realidad fue el milagro quien la clavó profunda boca abajo. Echad un vistazo a nuestro escaparate.
Oh, hey, look, another wax seed.
Hasta que nuestra
Well, I suppose then in that case, might as well go and the guy again. But just as a preliminary precaution. I think it was about there. If we're just gonna make our way up there quick as a whip. Gosh diddle. I've perfectly timed this to hit every single piece of wax on the way up. Alright. I see. Excuse me, Mr. Slugworth. Is that the name? That sounds vaguely familiar. I just can't quite recall from where. Yes. Up this way. Well, aren't you all just peachy keen? Yeah. No. Anyway. Yes, I would love to plant this seed.
Por cada semilla, una hermana de cera vendrá. Invocadlas todas para que se apiaden de mi hijo.
Anyway, well, yeah, all right. I'm out. Get me out of here. Anyhow. What? Oh no. I think something went wrong. Hello? Oh, this is the opposite of good. Well, I sure hope that depositing the seed counted as progress. Except, no, it wasn't. I still need it. Well, then, what? Just again out there. I want to say that's correct. Okay, and then we'll only do this. I'll run table ground like in when we're not in loading screens. Will I futz with the thingamahoo's it? Yeah, whatever. You can't make out the. It's all implied. Anyway, Ugh. Oh, God, get me out of here. Dios mío. Okay. Well, that looks better. And then we can just go back up. That was certainly a weird bug, but not really sure what to make of it. Anyway, and so now I can probably another preview. Let's go here and get our last rosary bead. And maybe also go see what's over here. I need to go and talk with this lady too, because I'm not sure how many more of her
Que den dos clamores las campanas, pues el velatorio empieza.
Oh.
Y nos hundiremos en un mar de luto.
Oh, God, Frondit. How was I to know that there was a secret gauntlet in here? Really? Sending pottery after me? Oh. Also ended up damaging out. Yeah. And here they come. Oh. What? Oh, am I not allowed to parry when I'm... All right. Yeah, it seems about right. Okay. And let's get you out of here. Yes. Kind of wish that I had more... Oh. Oh, Nelly. Oh, that's too much. All right. One, two, three. Okay. Anyone else? No. I do now have Tirso, at least. Not expecting that. I see. Find the daughters, deal with the thing. I understand. Alright, and then I should probably also see what's actually over here. No, right, that's the creepy hand that I still don't want to kiss. I'm not sure what it's gonna do to me. Yes, the last and final of the rosary knots.
Vuestro rosario está ahora completo, penitente. Cuando pena llevéis y el cielo no tenga luceros, apretad fuerte vuestro rosario en el pecho. Así os dará consuelo. Cuando pena lleve así.
All right. Oh, now I will at least significantly increases elemental resistance. And oh, and she's still alive. Good, great. I was just a little vaguely concerned. I know that sometimes you do the thing, and then you're like, ah, yes, I've managed to complete the quest of this NPC pal of mine. Then you're like, oh no. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh, cool. And let's go see here then. Nothing but a way forward. And another wax seed. You know what that means. I swear I didn't read a guide. I promise, I swear on my apron and my funny crown. Oh, you move. Adorable. That works. Thanks, guys. Take me back to the city. All right. And take me back over to, here. Now I'm going to move this back, hopefully for the last time. About there, I want to say. About there. That looks about right. And we're gonna hope that we never see him again. And I certainly hope so, because I really don't want to see the slug things again, because they just wig me out, man. Like, it's a funny design. Like, I think it's very creative. However, it just gives me the heebie-jeebies. Yeah, perfect-ish. I would love to plan this. Please just work on rules of 3. Gosh diddly darn it, how many of these darn things do I need? What, 5? Rule of 5? Probably right. Alright. We'll just head on back out of here. Okay. Well, either way, let me... Now that that's all done and dusted, actually... I will bestow this to you. Cool. And let's see what Miss Regula has for us. The woman of the stolen face. Thank you. Alright, well, let's take a gander then, shall we? Increases the damage of prayers. Seems pretty darn good if I say so myself. Alright, and I suppose I could also check in with Miss Hand, see if we got any fresh stock. I'm just gonna leave this here for now because I can't be bothered. I mean, I'm slightly bothered. Actually, you know what? No, it bothers me. It bothers me a lot. That's better. Very convenient, though. Because I know that that some troopers, they like to use their direct model, which is what I was trying to do, but... Yes. Point. Or rather, I point, you give me thing. Alright, well, I guess she's almost out. A little unfortunate, but what can one do? And then... Oh, right, now I can actually climb up here. What new goodies await me? What's up, little guys? Oh, I see. Oh, wait. Maybe? I think I have an idea of what that's supposed to do. Or maybe not. No, maybe it will work. Oh, yeah, no. Ah! Aha! Taranto to my sister! Sister! I know this one. Quite the potent cantrip indeed. And then I guess I'll at least go run over. Oh-ho! And another mark of martyrdom. How delightful. How delicious. And then let's see what the Taranto does. Yep. I mean, hey, we've got like almost half of all the thingamahoozits. Here. Yep. I don't... Well, I mean, technically the whole game's our oyster now, so I might just head back over here to the Palace of the Embroidery. But either way, oh yeah, no, I've almost been here for about 7 odd hours. So let me go and do some poking around. Do you have any recommendations for whom to raid this evening? Manager. I could see who we have. Oh, I could see what's going on in the reading category. Hold on. Reading. And... sorry, it's writing and reading. Apologies. Let me see here. It looks like we've got... Speaking of Sense and Sensibility, it looks like we've got, or rather, speaking of Jane Austen, it looks like we've got somebody reading Sense and Sensibility. So I'll tell you what, I'll direct you over that way. Yeah, sure, why not? Looks like they go by Vexing Cat. So we will begin the raid shortly. I am unable to raid Vexing Cat at this time. Well, then in that case, I believe it was Vexing Cat with two T's. So I'll just point you over that way, because it looks like I'm not able to. But either way, thank you very much for attending. I do sincerely appreciate it. And be free, scatter to the winds. I'll be back tomorrow at about noon o'clock-ish for more Don Quixote. And noon o'clock. 12 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye. So long. Fare thee well. Da-da-da.